The 10 Books of Architecture by Leon Battista Alberti. The Preface. Our ancestors have left us many and various arts, tending to the pleasure and conveniency of life, acquired with the greatest industry and diligence, which arts, though they all pretend, with a kind of emulation, to have in view the great end of being serviceable to mankind, yet we know that each of them in particular has something in it that seems to promise a distinct and separate fruit. Some arts we follow for necessity, some we approve for their usefulness, and some we esteem because they lead us to the knowledge of things that are delightful. What these arts are, it is not necessary for me to enumerate, for they are obvious. But if you take a view of the whole circle of arts, you shall hardly find one but what, despising all others, regards and seeks only its own particular ends. Or if you do meet with any of such a nature that you can in no wise do without it, and which yet brings along with it profit at the same time, conjoined with pleasure and honour, you will, I believe, be convinced that architecture is not to be excluded from that number. For it is certain, if you examine the matter carefully, it is inexpressibly delightful, and of the greatest convenience to mankind in all respects, both public and private, and in dignity not inferior to the most excellent. But before I proceed further, it will not be improper to explain what he is that I allow to be an architect. For it is not a carpenter or a joiner that I thus rank with the greatest masters in other sciences, the manual operator being no more than an instrument to the architect. Him I call an architect who, by sure and wonderful art and method, is able, both with thought and invention, to devise, and with execution to complete all those works, which by means of the movement of great weights, and the conjunction and amassment of bodies can, with the greatest beauty, be adapted to the uses of mankind. And to be able to do this, he must have a thorough insight into the noblest and most curious sciences. Such must be the architect. But to return, some have been of opinion that either water or fire were the principal occasions of bringing men together into societies. But to us, who consider the usefulness and necessity of coverings and walls, it seems evident that they were the chief causes of assembling men together. But the only obligation we have to the architect is not for his providing us with safe and pleasant places, where we may shelter ourselves from the heat of the sun, from cold and tempest, though this is no small benefit, but for having besides contrived many other things, both of a private and public nature, of the highest use and convenience to the life of man. How many noble families, reduced by the calamity of the times, had been utterly lost, both in our own native city and in others, had not their paternal habitations preserved and cherished them, as it were, in the bosom of their forefathers. Daedalus in his time was greatly esteemed for having made the Selinuntians a vault, which gathered to warm and kindly a vapour, as provoked a plentiful sweat, and thereby cured their distempers with great ease and pleasure. Why need I mention others who have contrived many things of the like sort, conducive to health, as places for exercise, for swimming, baths, and the like? Or why should I instance in vehicles, mills, time measures, and other such minute things, which nevertheless are of great use in life? Why should I insist upon the great plenty of waters brought from the most remote and hidden places, and employed to so many different and useful purposes? Upon trophies, tabernacles, sacred edifices, churches, and the like, adapted to divine worship and the service of posterity? Or lastly, why should I mention the rocks cut, mountains bored through, valleys filled up, lakes confined, marshes discharged into the sea, ships built, rivers turned, their mouths cleared, bridges laid over them, harbours formed, not only serving to men's immediate conveniencies, but also opening them a way to all parts of the world, whereby men have been enabled mutually to furnish one another with provisions, spices, gems, and to communicate their knowledge and whatever else is healthful or pleasurable. Add to these the engines and machines of war, fortresses,
and the like inventions necessary to the defending the liberty of our country, maintaining the honour and increasing the greatness of a city, and to the acquisition and establishment of an empire. I am very well persuaded that if we were to inquire of all the cities which within the memory of man have fallen by siege into the power of new masters, who it was that subjected and overcame them, they would tell you the architect, and that they were strong enough to have despised the armed enemy, but not to withstand the shocks of the engines, the violence of the machines, and the force of the other instruments of war with which the architect distressed, demolished, and ruined them. And the besieged, on the contrary, would inform you
that their greatest defence lay in the art and assistance of the architect. And if you were to examine into the expeditions that have been undertaken, you would go near to find that most of the victories were gained more by the art and skill of the architects than by the conduct or fortune of the generals, and that the enemy was oftener overcome and conquered by the architect's wit without the captain's arms than by the captain's arms without the architect's wit. And what is of great consequence is that the architect conquers with a small number of men and without the loss of troops. Let this suffice as to the usefulness of this art. But how much the study and subject of building delights, and how firmly it is rooted in the mind of man, appears from several instances, and particularly from this, that you shall find no body who has the means but what has an inclination to be building something. And if a man has happened to think of anything new in architecture, he is fond of communicating and divulging it for the use of others, as if constrained thereto by nature. And how often does it fall out that even when we are employed upon other things, we cannot keep our thoughts and imaginations from projecting some edifice. And when we see other men's houses, we immediately set about a careful examination of all the proportions and dimensions, and to the best of our ability, consider what might be added, retrenched, or altered, and presently give our opinions how it might be made more complete or beautiful. And if a building be well laid out and justly finished, who is he that does not view it with the utmost pleasure and delight? But why need I mention not only how much benefit and delight, but how much glory to architecture has brought to nations, which have cultivated it both at home and abroad? Who that has built any public edifice does not think himself honored by it, when it is reputable to a man only to have built a handsome habitation for himself? Men of public spirits approve and rejoice when you have raised a fine wall or portico, and adorned it with portals, columns, and a handsome roof, knowing you have thereby not only fenced yourself, but them too, having by this generous use of your wealth gained an addition of great honor to yourself, your family, your descendants, and your city. The sepulchre of Jupiter was the first step to the ennobling the island of Crete, and Delos was not so much respected for the oracle of Apollo as for the beautiful structure of the city and the majesty of the temple. How much authority accrued to the Roman name and empire from their buildings, I shall call upon no further than that the sepulchres and other remains of the ancient magnificence everywhere to be found are a great inducement and argument with us for believing many things related by historians which might otherwise have seemed incredible. Thucydides externally commends the prudence of some ancients who had adorned their city with all sorts of fine structures, that their power thereby appeared to be much greater than it really was. And what potent or wise prince can be named that among his chief projects for eternizing his name and posterity did not make use of architecture, but of this enough: the conclusion of the service, security, honor, and ornament of the public, we are exceedingly obliged to the architect, to whom in time of leisure we are indebted for tranquility, pleasure, and health, in time of business for assistance and profit, and in both for security and dignity. Let us not therefore deny that he ought to be praised and esteemed, and to be allowed a place, both for the wonderful and ravishing beauty of his works, and for the necessity, serviceableness, and strength of the things which he has invented, among the chief of those who have deserved honor and rewards from mankind. The consideration of these things induced me, for my diversion, to look a little further into this art and its operations, from what principles it was derived, and of what parts it consisted, and finding them of various kinds, in number almost infinite, in their nature marvellous, of use incredible, insomuch that it was doubtful what condition of men, or what part of the commonwealth, or what degree in the city, whether the public or private, things sacred or profane, repose or labour, the individual or the whole human species, was most obliged to the architect, or rather inventor of all conveniences. I resolved, for several reasons, too tedious here to repeat, to collect all those things which are contained in these 10 books, in treating of which we shall observe this method. We consider that an edifice is a kind of body consisting, like all other bodies, of design and of matter. The first is produced by the thought, the other by nature, so that the one is to be provided by the application and contrivance of the mind, and the other by due preparation and choice. And we further reflected that neither the one nor the other of itself was sufficient without the hand of an experienced artificer, that knew how to form his materials after a just design. And the use of edifices being various, it was necessary to inquire whether one and the same kind of design was fit for all sorts of buildings, upon which account we have distinguished the several kinds of buildings. Wherein, perceiving that the main point was the just composition and relation of the lines among themselves, from whence arises the height of beauty, I therefore began to examine what beauty really was, and what sort of beauty was proper to each edifice. And as we often meet with faults in all these respects, I considered how they might be altered or amended. Every book, therefore, has its title prefixed to it, according to the variety of the subject. The first treats of designs, the second of materials, the third of the work, the fourth of works in general, the fifth of works in particular, the sixth of ornaments in general, the seventh of the ornaments proper for sacred edifices, the eighth of those for public and profane ones, the ninth of those for the houses of private persons, the 10th of amendments and alterations in buildings, to which is added a various history of waters, and how they are found, and what use is to be made of the architect in all the works. Also 4 other books, 3 of which treat of the art of painting, and the 4th of sculpture. Book 1, Chapter 1, of Designs, their Value and Rules. Being to treat of the designs of edifices, we shall collect and transcribe into this our work all the most curious and useful observations left us by the ancients, and which they gathered in the actual execution of these works, and to these we shall join whatever we ourselves may have discovered by our study, application, and labor that seems likely to be of use. But as we define in the handling this difficult, knotty, and commonly obscure subject to be as clear and intelligible as possible, we shall, according to our custom, explain what the nature of our subject is, which will show the origin of the important matters that we are to write of at their very fountainhead, and enable us to express the things that follow in a more easy and perspicuous style. We shall therefore first lay down that the whole art of building consists in the design and in the structure. The whole force and rule of the design consists in a right and exact adapting and joining together the lines and angles which compose and form the face of the building. It is the property and business of the design to appoint to the edifice and all its parts their proper places, determine number, just proportion, and beautiful order, so that the whole form of the structure be proportionable. Nor has this design anything that makes it in its nature inseparable from matter. For we see that the design in a multitude of buildings which have all the same form are exactly alike as to the situation of their parts and disposition of their lines and angles. As we can in our thought and imagination contrive perfect forms of buildings entirely separate from matter by settling and regulating in a certain order the disposition and conjunction of the lines and angles, which being granted, we shall call the design a firm and graceful preordering of the lines and angles conceived in the mind and contrived by an ingenious artist. But if we would inquire what a building is in its own nature, together with the structure thereof, it may not be amiss to consider from what beginnings the habitations of men, which we call edifices, took their rise, and the progress of their improvement, which, unless I am mistaken, may be resolved as follows. Chapter 2. Of the first occasion of erecting edifices, of how many parts the art of building consists, and what is necessary to each of those parts. In the beginning, men looked out for settlements in some secure country, and having found a convenient spot suitable to their occasions, they there made themselves a habitation or contrivance, that private and public matters might not be confounded together in the same place, but that they might have one part for sleep, another for their kitchen, and others for their other necessary uses. They then began to think of a covering to defend them from sun and rain, and in order thereto they erected walls to place this covering upon. By this means they knew they should be the more completely sheltered from piercing colds and stormy winds. Lastly, in the sides of the walls, from top to bottom, they opened passages and windows for going in and out, and letting in light and air, and for the conveniency of discharging any wet or any gross vapours which might chance to get into the house. And whoever it was, whether the goddess Vesta, daughter of Saturn, or Euryalus and Hyperbius, the two brothers, or Gallus, or Trebus, or the Cyclops Typhosius, that first contrived these things, I am persuaded the first beginnings of them were such as I have described, and that use and arts have since improved them to such a pitch that the various kinds of buildings are become almost infinite. Some are public, some private, some sacred, some profane, some for use and necessity, some for the ornament of our cities or the beauty of our temples. But no body will therefore deny that they were all derived from the principles above mentioned, which being so, it is evident that the whole art of building consists in fixing things, which are these: the region, the seat or platform, the compartment, the walling, the covering, and the apertures. And if these principles are first thoroughly conceived, that which is to follow will the more easily be understood. We shall therefore define them thus: the region with us shall be the whole large open place in which we are to build, and of which the seat or platform are but only a part. But the platform shall be a determined spot of the region, circumscribed by walls for use and service. But under the title of platform we shall likewise include all those spaces of the buildings which in walking we tread upon with our feet. The compartment is that which subdivides the whole platform of the house into smaller platforms, so that the whole edifice thus formed and constituted of these its members seems to be full of lesser edifices. By walling we shall understand all that structure which is carried up from the ground to the top to support the weight of the roof, and such also as is raised on the outside of the building to separate the apartments. Covering we shall call not only that part which is laid over the top of the edifice to receive the rain, but any part too which is extended in length and breadth over the heads of those within, which includes all ceilings, half-arched roofs, vaults, and the like. Apertures are all those outlets which are in any part of the building, for the convenience of egress and regress, or the passage of things necessary for the inmates. Of these, therefore, we shall treat, and of all the parts of each, having first premised some things, which, whether they are principles or necessary concomitants of the principles of this work we have undertaken, are certainly very much to our purpose. For having considered whether there was anything that might concern any of those parts which we have enumerated, we found 3 things by no means to be neglected, which relate particularly to the covering, the walling, and the like, namely, that each of them be adapted to some certain and determinate conveniency, and above all, be wholesome. That they be firm, solid, durable in a manner eternal, as to stability, and as to gracefulness and beauty, delicately and justly adorned, and set off in all their parts. Having laid down these principles as the foundations of what we are to write, we proceed to our subject. Chapter 3. Of the region, of the climate or air, of the sun and winds, which affect the air. The ancients used the utmost caution to fix upon a region that had in it nothing noxious, and was furnished with all conveniences, and especially they took particular care that the air was not unwholesome or intemperate, in which they showed a great deal of prudence, for they knew that if the earth or water had any defect in them, art and industry might correct it, but they affirmed that neither convenience nor multitude of hands was able sufficiently to correct and amend the air. And it must be allowed that as what we breathe is so conducive to the nourishment and support of life, the purer it is, the more it must be preferred, and not only our health, but also our pleasure, does in a great measure depend upon it. Besides, how great an influence the air has in the generation, production, aliment, and preservation of things is well known to the philosophers, who affirm that they who draw a pure air have better understandings than those who breathe a heavy, moist one, which is supposed to be the reason that the Athenians had much sharper wits than the Thebans. We know that the air, according to the different situation and fertility of places, affects us sometimes in one manner and sometimes in another. Some of the causes of this variety we imagine we understand. Others, by the obscurity of their nature, are altogether hidden and unknown to us. We shall first speak of the manifest causes, and consider afterwards of the more occult, that we may know how to choose a region commodious and healthful. The ancient theologians called the air Pallas. Homer makes her a goddess, and names her Glaucopis, which signifies an air naturally clear and transparent. And it is certain that air is the most healthy, which is the most pure and free from vapors, and which may most easily be pierced by the sight, the clearest and lightest, and the least subject to refractions. And on the contrary, we affirm the worst air to be unwholesome, where there is a frequent collection of thick clouds and stinking vapors, and which always hangs like a great weight upon the eyes and obstructs the sight. The occasion of this difference proceeds from 4 causes, but chiefly, I take it, from the soil and winds. But we are not here to spend time in these physical inquiries. How the vapors by the power of the sun are raised from the most profound and hidden parts of the earth, and drawn up to the sky, where gathering themselves together in vast bodies, in the immense spaces of the air, either by their own huge weight, or by receiving the rays of the sun upon their rarefied parts, they fall, and thereby preels upon the air, and occasion the winds, and being afterwards carried to the ocean by their drought, they plunge, and having bathed and impregnated themselves with moisture from the sea, they once more ascend through the air, where being prefleed by the heat, they are again squeezed like a sponge, and discharge their burthen of water in rivers, which again creates new vapors. Whether these conjectures be true, or whether the wind be occasioned by a dry fumosity of the earth, or a hot evaporation, stirred by the pressure of the cold, or that it be, as we may call it, the breath of the air, or nothing but the air itself put into agitation by the motion of the world, or by the course and radiation of the stars, or by the generating spirit of all things in its own nature active, or something else not of a separate existence, but confifting in the air itself, acted upon and inflamed by the heat of the higher air, or whatever other opinion or way of accounting for thief. Things be true or more ancient, I shall pass it over as not making to my purpose. However, unless I am mistaken, we may conceive from what has been said already why some countries in the world enjoy a pleasant cheerful air, while others, close adjoining to them, and as it were laid by nature in the fame lap, are fupplied and afflicted with a heavy and dismal climate. For I suppose that this happens from no other cause, but their being ill disposed for the operation of the sun and winds. Cicero tells us that Syracuse was so placed that the inhabitants never missed seeing the sun every day in the year, a situation very seldom to be met with, but when necessity or opportunity will allow of it to be desired above all things. That region, therefore, is to be chosen which is most free from the power of clouds and all other heavy, thick vapors. Those who apply themselves to these inquiries have observed that the rays and heat of the sun act with more violence upon close, dense bodies than upon those of a looser contexture, upon oil more than water, iron more than wool, for which reason they say the air is most gross and heavy in those places which are most subject to great heats. The Egyptians, contending for nobility with all the other nations in the world, boasted that the first men were created in their country, because no place was so fit to plant the first race of men in as there, where they might live the most healthily, and that they were blessed by the gods with a kind of perpetual spring, and a constant unchangeable disposition of air above all the rest of the world. And Herodotus writes that among the Egyptians, those chiefly who live towards Libya are the most healthy, because they enjoy continual gentle breezes. And to me, the reason why some cities, both in Italy and in other parts of the world, are perpetually unhealthy and pestilential, seems plainly to be the sudden turns and changes in the air from hot to cold and from cold to hot, so that it very much concerns us to be extremely careful in our observation what and how much sun the region we pitch upon is exposed to, that there be neither more sun nor more shade than is necessary. The Garamantes curse the sun, both at its rising and its setting, because they are scorched with the long continuation of its beams. Other nations look pale and wan by living in a kind of perpetual night. And these things happen not so much because such places have the pole more depressed or oblique, though there is a great deal in that too, as because they are aptly situated for receiving the sun and winds, or are screened from them. I should choose soft breezes before winds, but even winds, though violent and blustering, before a calm, motionless, and consequently a heavy air. Water, says Ovid, corrupts, if not moved, and it is certain the air, to use such an expression, wonderfully exhilarated by motion. For I am persuaded that thereby the vapors which rise from the earth are either dissipated or else growing warm by action are concocted as they should be. But then I would have the winds come to me broken by the opposition of hills and woods, or tired with a long journey. I would take heed that they did not bring any ill qualities along with them, gathered from any places they passed through. And for this reason we should be careful to avoid all neighborhoods from which any noxious particles may be brought, in the number of which are all ill smells, and all gross exhalations from marshes, and especially from stagnating waters and ditches. The naturalists lay it down for certain that all rivers that rise to be supplied by snows bring cold, foggy winds, but no water is so noisome and pernicious as that which rots and putrefies for want of motion, and the contagion of such a neighborhood will be still more mischievous, according as it is more or less exposed to unwholesome winds, for we are told that the very winds themselves are in their own natures some more wholesome than others. Thus Pliny from Theophrastus and Hippocrates informs us that the north is the best for restoring and preserving of health, and all the naturalists affirm that the south is the most noxious of all to mankind. Nay, further, that the very beasts may not safely be left in the fields while that wind blows. And they have observed that at such times the stork never flies, and that the dolphins in a north wind, if it stands fair towards them, can hear any voice. But in a south they are more slow in hearing it, and must have it brought to them opposite to the wind. They say, too, that in a north wind an eel will live 6 days out of water, but not so in a south. Such is the grossness and unwholesome property of that wind, and that as the south wind brings catarrhs and rheums, so the northwest is apt to give coughs. They likewise find fault with the neighborhood of the Mediterranean, upon this account chiefly, because they suppose that a place exposed to the reflection of the sun's rays does in effect suffer 2 suns, one scorching them from the heavens, and the other from the water. and such places upon the setting of the sun feel the greatest and most sensible alterations in the air when the cold shadows of night come on. And there are some who think that the western reverberations or reflections of the sun, either from the sea or any other water, or from the mountains, molest us most of all, because they double the heat of a place already sufficiently warmed by whole day's sun. And if it happens that with all this sun the heavy gross winds have free access to you, what can be more annoying or intolerable? The early morning breezes, too, which bring the vapors crude, just as they are raised, are certainly to be avoided. Thus we have briefly spoken of the sun and winds, by which the air is altered and made healthy and noxious, as much as we thought necessary here, and in their places we shall discourse of them more distinctly. Chapter 4. Which region it is, and which is not commodious for building. In choosing the region, it will be proper to have it such that the inhabitants may find it convenient in all respects, both as to its natural properties and as to the neighbourhood and its correspondence with the rest of mankind. For certainly I would never build a city upon a steep, inaccessible cliff of the Alps, as Caligula intended, unless obliged by the utmost extremity, nor in a solitary desert, as Varro describes that part of France to have been which was beyond the Rhine, and as Caesar paints England in his days. Neither should I be pleased to live, as in Aegina, only upon the eggs of birds or upon acorns, as they did in some parts of Spain in Pliny's time. I would, if possible, have nothing be wanting that could be of use in life. For this reason, more than any other, Alexander was perfectly in the right in not building a city upon Mount Athos, though the invention and design of the architect Polycrates must needs have been wonderful, because the inhabitants could never have been well supplied with conveniences. Aristotle was indeed best pleased with a region that was difficult of access, and especially to build a city in. And we find there have been some nations which have chose to have their confines quite stripped and laid into a desert for a great way together, only in order to distress their enemies. Whether this method is to be approved or blamed, we shall examine in another place. If it is of service in a public regard, I cannot find fault with it. But for the situation of other buildings, I should much rather choose a region that had many and different ways of access, for the easy bringing in all manner of necessaries, both by land carriage and water carriage, as well in winter as in summer. The region itself likewise should neither be too moist through too great abundance of water, nor too much parched with drought, but be kindly and temperate. And if we cannot find one exactly in all respects as we would have it, let us choose it rather somewhat cold and dry than warm and moist. For our houses, our clothes, fires, and exercise will easily overcome the cold. Neither is it believed that the dryness of a soil can have anything in it very noxious, either to the bodies or mind, only that by dryness men's bodies are hardened, and by cold perhaps made somewhat rougher. But it is held for certain that all bodies corrupt with too much humidity and are relaxed by heat, and we find that men either in cold weather or that live in cold places are more healthy and less subject to distempers. Though it is allowed that in hot climates men have better wits, as they have better constitutions in cold. I have read in Appian the historian that the Numidians are very long-lived, because their winters are never too cold. That region, therefore, will be far the best, which is just moderately warm and moist, because that will produce lusty, handsome men, and be fittest to melancholy. Secondly, that region will be most eligible, which being placed among countries liable to snow, enjoys more sun than its neighbours, and among countries burnt by the sun, that which has most humidity and shade. But no building, let it be what it will, can be placed more unfitly or inconveniently than in a valley down between two hills. Because, not to insist upon more manifest reasons, an edifice so placed has no manner of dignity, lying quite hid, and its prospect being interrupted can have neither pleasure nor beauty. But what is this to those greater mischiefs which will shortly happen when the house is overwhelmed by floods and filled with waters that pour in upon it from the adjoining hills, and imbibing continual wet, rots and decays, and always exhales vapours extremely noxious to the health of its inhabitants? In such a place, the understanding can never be clear, the spirits being damped and stupefied, nor will any kind of bodies endure long. The books will grow mouldy and rot, the arms will rust, nothing in the storehouse will keep, and in short, the excess of moisture will spoil and destroy everything. If the sun shines in, you will be scorched insufferably by the frequent reflection of his rays, which will be beat back upon you from every side, and if it does not, you will be dried and withered by the continual shade. Add to this, that if the winds get in, being confined as it were in a channel, it will rage there with greater fury than in other places, and if it never enters, the air for want of motion will grow thick and muddy. Such a valley may not improperly be called a puddle or bog of air. The form of the place, therefore, in which we intend to build ought to be graceful and pleasant, not mean and low, as if it were buried below the rest of the earth, but lofty, and as it were a hawk to look clear round about, and constantly refreshed on every side with delightful breezes. Besides this, let there be plenty of everything necessary, either to the convenience or pleasure of life, as water, fire, and provisions. But care must be taken, that there is nothing in any of these things prejudicial to the health. The springs must be opened and tasted, and the water tried by fire, that there be no mixture in it of mucus, viscous, or crude particles that may affect the constitutions of the inhabitants. I omit the ill effects that often proceed from water, as breeding whens in the throat and giving the stone, as likewise those other more wonderful effects of water, which Vitruvius the architect has learnedly and elegantly summed up. It is the opinion of the physician Hippocrates that they who drink water not well purged, but heavy and ill-tasted, grow colicky, and to have large swelled bellies, while the rest of their members, their arms, their shoulders, and their faces become thin and extenuated. Add to this, that though the fault of the spleen ill-digesting of the blood, they fall into several kinds of distempers, some even pestilential. In summer, fluxes of the belly by the stirring of the collar, and the dissolving of the humours, waste all their strength, and all the year round they are continually liable to heavy and tedious infirmities, such as the dropsy, asthma, and pleurisy. The young lose their senses by melancholy bile. The old are burnt by the inflammation of the humours. The women with difficulty conceive, and with more difficulty bring forth. In a word, every age and every sex will fall by early and untimely deaths, destroyed and worn away by diseases, nor will they enjoy a single day while they live without being tormented with melancholy or black humours, and fretted with spleen and vapours, so that their minds will never be free from vexation and uneasiness. Many other things might be said of water, which have been observed by the ancient historians, very curious and remarkable, and of extreme efficacy to the health of mankind. But they are uncommon, and might seem rather intended to make a shew of knowledge than for actual use, besides that we shall speak more copiously of waters in their proper place. Thus much certainly is not to be neglected, and is most manifest, namely, that water gives nourishment to all plants, seeds, and everything else that has the vegetative life. With the plenty of whole fruits, men are refreshed and supported. If all this be granted, certainly we ought very carefully to examine what veins of water the country is furnished with, in which we intend to dwell. Diodorus tells us that the Indians are generally lusty, strong men, and very sharp-witted, which he imputes to their having a wholesome air and good water. Now that water we conceive to be the best tasted, which has no taste, and that is best coloured, which has no colour at all. It is agreed that the best water is clear, transparent, and light, such as being poured upon a white cloth leaves no stain, and upon boiling has no sediment, and which does not cover the bed, it flows in with moss or slime, nor especially the stones which it runs over. A further proof of the goodness of water is, when boiling any kind of pulse, it makes them tender, and when it makes good bread. Neither should we be less careful to examine and note whether the region engenders nothing pestiferous or venomous, that the inhabitants may be in no danger. I pass over the things which are recorded by the ancients, to wit, that in Colchis there distills from the leaves of the trees a honey, which whosoever tastes falls senseless, and for a whole day seems to be dead. As also what is said to have happened in Armany's army, occasioned by certain herbs, which the soldiers eating for want of bread grew besotted, and employed themselves in nothing but digging stones out of the ground, till their choler being stirred, they fell down dead. Nor was any remedy found against this plague, as we are informed by Plutarch, but drinking of wine. These things are commonly known. But good heavens, what shall we say to what has happened in our own days in Apulia in Italy? What incredible effects of poison have we seen there? The bite of a small earth spider, commonly called a tarantula, throwing men into various kinds of madness and even fury. A thing strange to be told, no swelling, no livid spot appearing in any part of the body from the sharp bite or sting of the venomous beast. But suddenly losing their senses, they fall piteously to bewail themselves, and if no assistance is given them, they die. They cure this distemper with Theophrastus's remedy, who says that persons bit by vipers used to be cured by the sound of pipes. The musicians, therefore, with different kinds of harmony, try to assuage the pain, and when they hit upon the kind proper to the patient, immediately, as if he were suddenly awakened, he starts up, and transported with joy, falls to bestirring himself to the music with all his strength, in whatever his fancy prompts him to. Some that are thus bit, you shall see exercise themselves in dancing, others in singing, and others stirring in other motions, just as their inclination or madness guides them, till through mere weariness they are forced to give over. And thus, without giving themselves the least rest, they will sweat themselves for some days, and so recover their health merely by their madness having quite spent itself. We read, too, of something like this that happened among the Albanians, who fought against Pompey with such a power of horse, that there was a sort of cobweb among them, which whoever touched surely died, some laughing, and others, on the contrary, weeping. Chapter 5. By what marks and characters we are to know the goodness of the region. Nor are those things alone sufficient for the choosing of the region, which are obvious and manifest of themselves, but we must weigh every circumstance and consider the most occult tokens. Thus it will be a good sign of an excellent air and of good water, if the country produces plenty of good fruits, if it fosters a good number of men of a good old age, if it abounds with lusty, handsome youth, if the people are fruitful, and if the births are natural and never monstrous. I have myself seen some cities, which out of respect to the times I forbear to name, where there is scarce a woman, but what feeds herself at the same instant, the mother both of a man and of a monster. Another city I know in Italy, where there are so many people hump-backed, squint-eyed, crooked and lame, that there is scarce a family, but what has somebody in it, defective or distorted. And certainly, where we see such frequent and great inequalities of body to body and member to member, we may well conclude that it proceeds from some defect in the climate or air, or from some more hidden cause of the corruption of nature. Nor is it foreign to our purpose what has been observed, that in a gross air we are more inclined to hunger, and in a thin one to thirst. And we may not improbably draw some conjectures from the shape and looks of other animals, what constitutions the men will have in the same place. For if the cattle look lively, fat, and large, you may not unreasonably hope to have children that will be so too. Neither will it be amiss to gather notice of the air and winds, even from other bodies not endued with animal life. Thus, if the walls of the neighbouring buildings are grown rusty and rugged, it shows that some malignant influence has power there. The trees, too, bending all one way, as if by general consent, show that they have suffered the force of high rough winds, and the very stones, whether growing in their native seats or placed in buildings, if their tops are anything considerably rotted, then the temperature of the air sometimes too hot and sometimes over cold. A region so exposed to the furious assaults of tempests is to be avoided as the very roof of all. For if the bodies of men are seized with too excessive cold or heat, the whole frame and contexture of all the parts is presently broken and dissolved, and falls into dangerous distempers and immature old age. A city standing at the foot of a hill and looking towards the setting sun is accounted unhealthy, more for this reason than any other, that it feels too suddenly the cold, chilling breezes of the night. It may likewise be convenient, by looking back into times past, according to the observations of the wise, to examine into properties yet more hidden, if there be such in the place. For there are countries which have in their nature some secret undiscovered qualities which confer happiness or unhappiness. Locris and Crotona are said to have never been infected with any plague. In the Isle of Candia there is no mischievous creature. In France very few monsters are born. In other places the naturalists say that in the middle either of summer or winter it never thunders. But in Campania, according to Pliny, it thunders at those very times over those cities that stand to the south, and the mountains near Albania are said to be called Seronia, from the frequent lightnings that fall upon it. The Isle of Lemnos, too, being very subject to lightning, was the reason, Servius informs us, of the poets feigning that Vulcan fell there from heaven. About the straits of Gallipoli and the Elder Stone, it was never known either to rain or lighten. If it rains in Egypt, it is reckoned a prodigy. Near the Hydaspes, at the beginning of summer, it rains continually. They say that in Libya the air is so seldom disturbed with winds that it grows so thick that the fields are hidden from the eyes of the beholders. And on the contrary, in most parts of Galicia, the winds blow in summer with such violence that it drives along the very stones like sand. In Spain, near the Ebro, they say the northwest wind blows so hard that it overturns carts heavy laden. In Ethiopia we are told the south never blows, and historians write that this wind in Arabia and the country of the troglodytes burns up everything that is green. And Thucydides affirms that Delos was never troubled with earthquakes, but always stood firm upon the same rock, though the other islands all about it were often laid in ruins by earthquakes. We ourselves see that the part of Italy which runs from the Selva del Aglio below Rome, all along the ridge of hills of the Campagna di Roma, quite to Capua, is perpetually stripped and almost quite laid waste by earthquakes. Some believe Abbasia was so called from its frequent inundations of water. I find that Rome was always subject to aquaes, and Galen takes those aquaes to be a new kind of double tertian, which must have various and almost direct remedies applied to it at different seasons. It is an old fable among the poets that Typho the giant, being buried in the island of Procida, often turns himself about, and with his turning shakes the whole island from its very foundation. The reason of this fiction of the poets was because that island was so tormented with earthquakes and eruptions that the Erythrians and Chalcidians who inhabited it were forced to fly for it. And again afterwards those who were sent by heroes of Syracuse to build a new city there, frightened with the continual danger of destruction, deserted it too, wherever all things of nature are to be sifted out from long observation and examined and compared by other places, in order to come at a clear and full knowledge of every particular. Chapter 6, of some more hidden conveniences and inconveniences of the region, which a wise man ought to inquire into. We ought further to inquire carefully whether the region is used to be molested with any more hidden inconveniency. Plato believed that in some places the influence of spirits often reigned, and was at some times mischievous, and at others propitious to the inhabitants. It is certain there are some places where men are very subject to run mad, others where they are easily disposed to do themselves a mischief, and where they put an end to their own lives by halters or precipices, steel or poison. It is therefore very necessary to examine by the most occult traces of nature everything that can be attended with such effects. It was an ancient custom brought down even from Demetrius's time, not only in laying the foundations of cities and towns, but also in marking out camps for the armies, to inspect the entrails of the beast that grazed upon the place, and to observe their condition and color, in which if they chanced to find any defect, they avoided that place as unhealthy. Varro informs us of his own knowledge, that in some places the air was full of minute animalcules as small as atoms, which being received together with the breath into the lungs, fastened upon the intestines, and gnawing upon them, caused dreadful raging diseases, and at length plagues and death. Nor ought we to forget that there are some places which, though in their own nature they are subject to no inconvenience or mischief whatsoever, yet are so situated that by the arrival of foreigners they will often be infected with pestilential distempers. And this shall happen, not only by means of armies of enemies endeavoring to do you all the mischief they can, as befalls those nations which are exposed to inhuman barbarians, but by a friendly reception and entertainment of them, you shall expose yourself to extreme calamities. Others, by having neighbors desirous of innovations, have by their broils and destruction fallen into great dangers themselves. Pera, a city upon the Pontus, a colony of the Geneseph, is continually afflicted with the plague, by their giving daily admission to slaves, both infirm in mind and almost quite rotten and worn away with mere filth and nastiness. Some likewise will have it, that it is the part of a prudent and wise man to inquire by augury and the observation of the heavens what fortune he shall have in such a place. Which arts, provided they are not incompatible with our religion, I own I do not despise. Who can deny that what they call fortune, whatever she be, has a very great power over human affairs? Can we venture to affirm that the public fortune of Rome had not a great share in the enlargement of the empire? The city of Aeolus in Sardinia, built by a grandson of Hercules, though often attacked both by the Carthaginians and the Romans, yet, as Diodorus writes, always preserved its liberty. Can we suppose that the temple at Delphos, first burnt by Eglias, should afterwards in Sylla's time be consumed by fire, the third time, without the particular ill fortune of that place? What shall we say of the Capitol? How often has that been in flames? The city of the Sybarites, after repeated calamities, often defended and often restored, at length quite ruined, was utterly abandoned. Nay, those who fled from it were pursued by ill fortune, nor could they, by removing their dwellings and leaving the ancient name of their city, ever save themselves from misery and destruction. For new inhabitants coming in upon them, all their most ancient and principal families, their sacred edifices, and their whole city were utterly laid waste and destroyed with fire and sword. But we need not dwell upon those things which historians are full of. Our whole design is to show that it is the part of a wise man to do everything which may make him secure, that the trouble and expense of his building shall not be in vain, and that his work itself may be permanent. And certainly to omit no precaution which may affect so great a design, is the business of every prudent man? Or will you say that it is not of the utmost importance both to you and yours to execute an undertaking that brings with it health, dignity, and pleasure, and recommends your name with reputation to posterity? Here you are to apply yourself to your studies. Here you are to breed your dear children and live with your family. Here you are to spend your days both of labor and rest. Here all the schemes of your whole life are to be executed, so that I do not think anything in the world can be named except virtue, which can deserve more care and application than to fix a good and convenient habitation for yourself and family, and who can be sure of having such a one who despises the precautions before mentioned? But of these enough. Come we now to the seat or platform. Chapter 7. Of the seat or platform, and of the several sorts of lines. In choosing the platform, we ought to observe all the same rules that we have laid down about the region. For as the region is a determinate and select part of the whole country, so the platform is a certain determinate part of the region, taken up by the building, and for this reason, anything that may annoy or be of service to the region may do the same to the platform. But though this be so, yet our discussion and considerations here will offer us some precepts which seem particularly to regard the platform only, and some again which do not seem so properly to belong to the seat as in a great measure to the region, which are these. It is necessary to consider what work we are taking in hand, public or private, sacred or profane, and for the rest, which we shall treat of distinctly in their proper places. For one situation, one space is to be allotted to an exchange, another to a theatre, another to a palaestra or place of exercise, and another to a temple, so that we must have regard to the quality and use of every edifice in the determining of its situation and form. But to proceed here only in a general discussion of these things as we began, we shall touch only upon those points which we judge necessary, first saying something of lines, which may be of service for understanding what follows. For being to treat of the design of the platform, it will not be inconvenient to explain those things first, whereof that design consists. Every design, therefore, is composed of lines and angles. The lines are that extreme design which includes the whole space of the platform. That part of the superficies of this design, which is contained between two lines, touching at one point, is called an angle. The intersection, therefore, or crossing of two lines over each other, form 4 angles. If each of the angles be equal to, and all of the other 3, they are called right angles. If they are less, they are called acute, and if greater, obtuse. Of lines, too, some are straight and others curve. Of involved winding lines it is not necessary to speak here. The straight line is a line drawn from one point to another, the shortest way that possibly can be. The curve line is part of a circle. A circle is a draught made from one of 2 points, and turned upon the same superficies in such a manner that in its whole circumference it is never nearer nor farther from that immovable point, the centre, than it was at the first turn. But to this it is necessary to add that the curve line, which was said to be part of the circle, among us architects, for its similitude, is called an arch. And the straight line, which is drawn from the 2 extreme points of the curve line, for the same reason is called a chord. And that line, which goes from the middle point of the chord up to the arch, leaving equal angles on each side, is called the sagitta. And that which is carried from the fixed, immovable point within the circle to the curve line of the circle is called the radius. And that immovable point in the middle is called the center. And the line which passes through the center and touches both sides of the circumference is called the diameter. Arches, too, are different, for some are entire, some are imperfect, and some are composite. The entire is that which is the full half of a circle, or that whole chord is the diameter of the whole circle. The imperfect is that whose chord is less than a diameter, so that this imperfect arch is part of a semicircle. The composite arch is formed of 2 imperfect arches, and to the joining of those two arches intersecting each other makes an angle at top, which never happens either in the entire or imperfect arch. These things being premised, we proceed as Chapter 8. Of the kinds of platforms, their forms and figures, and which are the most serviceable and lasting. Of platforms, some are angular and others circular. Of the angular, some consist all of right lines, and some of right lines and curve mixed together. But I do not remember among the buildings of the ancients to have met with any angular design, composed of several curve lines, without any mixture of straight lines at all. But in this we should have regard to those things, which being wanting in all parts of the structure, are greatly blamed, and which, where they are, make the edifice handsome and convenient. It is that the angles, the lines, and all the parts have a certain variety, but not too much nor too little of it, but so ordered both for use and beauty, that the entire parts may answer to the entire, and like parts to like. Right angles are very convenient. The acute are never used even in mean, inconsiderable platforms, unless upon absolute necessity, or the constraint of the nature and manner of the situation, or to make some other part of the platform more graceful. The obtuse angles have been thought very convenient, but it has always been observed as a rule never to place them anywhere in unequal numbers. The circular platform is esteemed to be the most capacious of all, and the least expensive to enclose either with wall or rampart. The nearest to this is said to be that which has several sides, but then they must be all alike and answerable to each other, and equal throughout the whole platform. But those are commended most of all, which are most convenient for raising the wall to the just height of the work, as are those which have 6 and 8 sides. I have seen a platform of 10 angles very commodious and majestic. You may make them very well of 12, nay, 16 angles. I myself have seen one of 24, but these are very rare. The sidelines ought to be so ordered that those which are opposite may be equal to them, nor should we ever in any work apply a long line to correspond to a short one. But let there be a just and reasonable proportion, according to the degree of the thing, among all the parts. We would have the angles set towards that side, which either any weight of earth, or the violence and assaults of waters, or winds, may threaten and endanger, to the intent that the force and shock that beats upon the edifice may be broken and split into several parts, resisting the attack, to use such an expression, with the stout corner of the wall, and not with one of the weak sides. But if the other lineaments of the structure hinder you from disposing of such an angle in such a part as you could desire, at least make use of a curve line, that being a part of a circle, and the circle itself, according to the philosophers, being all angles. Further, the seat must be either upon a plain or on the side or top of a hill. If it is on a plain, it is needful to raise the earth and make something of an eminence. For besides that, a situation in a plain adds much of dignity. If you neglect to do it, you will find very great inconveniences. For the overflowing of rivers and rains generally leaves mud upon level grounds, which by degrees raises the earth higher and higher, which still increases if through negligence the rubbish and dirt, which gathers every day, be not removed. Frontinus the architect used to say that several hills were risen in Rome in his time by the continual fires. But we in our days see it in a manner quite buried under ground with filth and rubbish. In the Duchy of Spoleto I have seen a small ancient temple, which at first was built in a plain, that is now almost wholly buried by the raising of the earth, that plain reaching to the foot of the hills. But why should I mention buildings that stand under mountains? That noble temple by the wall of Ravenna, which has for its covering a cup of stone of one single piece, though it be near the sea and far enough from the hills, is above a 4th part sunk in the earth through the injury of time. But how high this eminence ought to be raised for each platform shall be shown in due time, when we come to treat of that subject more particularly, and not summarily as we do here. It is certain every situation should be made strong, either by nature or art, and therefore it is not amiss to follow their method who advise first to try the goodness of the earth by digging in several places at some distance the one from the other, whether it be firm or loose, or soft, fit or unfit, to bear the weight of the wall. For if it stands upon a descent, we must have a care that the upper part does not lie too heavy and break down the lower, or that the lower part, if any accident should shake it, does not pull the upper down along with it. I would have this part of the building, which is intended to be the basis of all the rest, particularly strong and tightly knit together in all its parts. If the seat be upon the summit of an hill, either it should be raised where it is not even, or else be made level by planing away the top. But here we are to consider that we should always choose that way, though still with a due regard to the dignity of the work, which is least troublesome and expensive. Perhaps it may be proper to pare away some of the top of the hill and enlarge and add to the sides. For this reason that architect, whoever he was, shewed a great deal of contrivance that built Alatra, a town of the Campagna di Roma, raised upon a rocky hill, for he so ordered it that the foundations of the citadel or temple, whatever it was, which are all that now remain, the superstructure being quite demolished, should be supported and fortified beneath by the pieces of stone cut off in planing the top of the rock. And there is another thing in that work that I am extremely pleased with, namely, that he set the angle of the platform towards that side on which the rock has the most precipitate descent, and fortified that angle with huge pieces of the fragments piled up one upon the other, and contrived by the joining of the stones to make the structure beautiful with a very little expense. I am likewise very much pleased with the contrivance of that other architect, who, not having a sufficient quantity of stone in order to keep up the weight of the hill, made a fence of a great number of semicircles, putting the backs of the curves within the hill, which, besides that it looked handsome to the eye, was extremely strong and very cheap, for it makes a wall which, though not solid, was as firm as if it had been solid, and of the thickness of the sagitta of those curves. I like Vitruvius's method, too, which I find was observed by the ancient architects all over Rome, and especially in Tarquin's wall, of making use of buttresses, though they did not everywhere mind to make the distance between one buttress and another to be the same as the height of the wall. But as the strength or weakness of the hill required it, they placed them sometimes closer and sometimes further off. I have taken notice, too, that the ancient architects were not contented with making one slope for their platform, but raised several like so many steps, which strengthened and secured the sides of the hill quite down to the very root of it. Nor can I disapprove their method neither. That stream at Perugia, which runs under Mount Lucina, and the hill the town stands upon, continually undermining and eating away the root of the mountain, by degrees brings down all the impending weight, by which means a great part of the town drops and falls to ruin. I am mightily pleased with that number of little chapels which are fixed about the area of the great church in the Vatican. For of these, such as are placed in the hollows of the mountains close against the wall of the church, are of great service both as to strength and convenience, in supporting the weight of the hill, which continually grows heavier and heavier, and in intercepting the wet, which falls from the top of the cliff, and keeping it from getting into the church, by which means the principal wall of it keeps dry and sound. And those chapels, which are placed on the other side at the lowest decline of the hill, serve with their arches to close the plain, which is made above, and preventing the earth from crumbling keeps it from falling in. And I have observed that the architect who built the Temple of Latona in Rome contrived his work and his structure very ingeniously, for he so placed the angle of the platform within the impending hill that two upright walls supported the incumbent weight, and divided and broke the pressure by setting that angle against it. But since we have begun to celebrate the praises of the ancients that contrived their buildings prudently, I will not omit one thing which I recollect, and which is very much to the present purpose. In the church of St. Mark at Venice is a very useful precaution of the architect, who, having made the foundation of the temple very strong, left every here and there a hole, that if by chance any subterraneous vapour or wind should be gathered there, it might easily find a passage out. To conclude, all the planes that you make which are to be under any covering must be laid exactly level, but those which are to be left open should have just slope enough for the rain to run off. But of this we have said enough, and perhaps more than was requisite in this place, because most of these things respect the walling. But as they happen to fall naturally together, we did not think proper to separate them in our discourse. It remains that we treat of the Compartition. Chapter 9. Of the Compartition and of the origin of buildings. The whole force of the invention and all our skill and knowledge in the art of building is required in the Compartition, because the distinct parts of the entire building, and, to use such a word, the entireties of each of those parts, and the union and agreement of all the lines and angles in the work, duly ordered for convenience, pleasure, and beauty, are disposed and measured out by the Compartition alone. For if a city, according to the opinion of philosophers, be no more than a great house, and, on the other hand, a house be a little city, why may it not be said that the members of that house are so many little houses, such as the courtyard, the hall, the parlour, the portico, and the like? And what is there in any of these which, if omitted by carelessness or negligence, will not greatly take from the praise and dignity of the work? Great care and diligence, therefore, is to be used in well considering these things which so much concern the whole building, and in so ordering it that even the most inconsiderable parts may not be unconformable to the rules of art and good contrivance. What has been already said above of the region and platform may be of no small use in doing of this aptly and conveniently, and as the members of the body are correspondent to each other, so it is fit that one part should answer to another in a building, whence we say that great edifices require great members, which indeed was so well observed by the ancients that they used much larger bricks as well as other materials about public and large buildings than in private ones. To every member, therefore, ought to be allotted its fit place and proper situation, not less than dignity requires, not greater than conveniency demands, not fit an impertinent or indecent place, but in a situation so proper to itself, that it could be fit nowhere else more fitly. Nor should the part of the structure, that is to be of the greatest honour, be thrown into a remote corner, nor that which ought to be the most public into a private hole, nor that which should be most private be set in too conspicuous a place. We should besides have regard to the seasons of the year, and make a great deal of difference between hot places and cold, both in proportions and situation. If rooms for summer are large and spacious, and those for winter more compact, it will not be at all amiss. The summer ones shady and open to the air, and the winter ones to the sun. And here we should provide that the inhabitants may not be obliged to pass out of a cold place into a hot one without a medium of temperate air, or out of a warm one into one exposed to cold and winds, because nothing is so prejudicial to human bodies. And we ought to agree, one member with another, to perfect and compose the main design and beauty of the whole, that we may not so lay out our whole study in adorning one part, as to leave the rest neglected and homely in comparison of it, but let them bear that proportion among themselves, that they may appear to be an entire and perfect body, and not disjointed and unfinished members. Moreover, in forming the chief members too, we ought to imitate the modesty of nature, because in this, as well as in other cases, the world never commands a moderation so much as it blames an extravagant immensance in building. Let the members, therefore, be modestly proportioned and necessary for your uses. For all building in general, if you consider it well, owes its birth to necessity, was nursed by convenience, and embellished by use. Pleasure was the last thing confined in it, which is never truly obtained by things that are immoderate. Let your building therefore be such that it may not want any members which it has not, and that those which it has may not in any respect deserve to be condemned. Nor would I have the edifice terminated at the way, with even continued lines void of all manner of variety, for some please by their largeness, others with being little, and others moderate. One part therefore should be terminated with straight lines, another with an angle, and other again with straight and curve mixed together, provided you observe the caution I have so often given you, to avoid falling into the error of excess, so as to seem to have made a monster with limbs disproportionable. Variety is without dispute a very great beauty in everything, when it joins and brings together in a regular manner things different but proportionable to each other, but it is rather shocking if they are unsuitable and incoherent. For as in music, when the bass answers the treble and the tenor agrees with both, there arises from that variety of sounds an harmonious and wonderful union of proportions, which delights and enchants our senses. So the like happens in everything else that strikes and pleases our fancy. Lastly, these things must be so executed as use or convenience requires, or according to the approved practice of men of skill, because deviating from established custom generally robs a thing of its whole beauty as conforming to it, is applauded and attended with success. Nevertheless, though other famous architects seem by their practice to have determined this or that compartition, whether Doric or Ionic or Corinthian or Tuscan, to be the most convenient of any, yet they do not thereby tie us down to follow them so closely as to transcribe their very designs into this work of ours, but only stir us up by their instructions to produce something of our own invention, and to endeavor to acquire equal or greater praise than they did. But of these things we shall speak more distinctly in their proper places, when we come to consider in what manner a city and its members ought to be disposed, and everything necessary for the convenience of each. Chapter 10. Of the columns and walls, and some observations relating to the columns. We are now to treat summarily of the disposition of the wall, but here I must not omit what I have observed among the ancients, namely that they constantly avoided drawing any of the outer lines of the platform quite straight, so as to let any great length go on without being interrupted by the concavity of some curve line or the intersection of some angle. And the reason why those wise men did this is plain, that the wall, having, as it were, props joined to it to rest against, might be so much the stronger. In treating of the walling, we should begin with the most noble parts of it. This place therefore naturally leads us to speak of the columns and of the things belonging to them, a row of columns being indeed nothing else but a wall open and discontinued in several places. And having occasion to define a column, it would not be at all improper to say that it is a certain strong continued part of the wall, carried up perpendicular from the foundation to the top, for supporting the covering. In the whole compass of the art of building, you will find nothing that either for workmanship, expense, or beauty deserves to be preferred before the columns. But these columns having some particulars in which they differ from one another, this is because that regards the genus of them. But as to their difference, which relates to their species, we shall handle it in its proper place. To begin, therefore, as we may say from the root, every column has its foundation. This foundation being brought up to a level with the plane of the area, it was usual to raise thereupon a kind of little wall, which we shall call the plinth. Others perhaps may call it the die. Upon the plinth stood the base, on the base the column, and over the column the capital. Their proportion was that from the middle downwards they were somewhat bigger, and from thence upwards grew more and more taper, and that the foot was something larger than the top of all. I make no doubt that at first the column was invented to support the covering. Afterwards, men's thoughts being stirred up to worthy attempts, they studied, though themselves were mortal, to make their buildings in a manner immortal and eternal. And for this reason they made columns, architraves, entablatures, and coverings all of marble. And in doing these things, the ancient architects always kept so close to nature as to seem, if I may venture, to have confounded fancy with but mere convenience in building, and at the same time made it their care that their works should not only strong but elegant, but also pleasant to the sight. Nature at first certainly gave us columns made of wood and of a round figure. Afterwards, by use, they came in some places to be cut square. Thereupon, if I judge right, seeing in the wooden columns certain rings or circles of brass or iron fastened about the top and bottom, that the continual weight which they are made to bear might not split them. The architects, too, left at the foot of their columns of marble a little ring like a sort of binding, whereby they are defended from any drops of rain that might dash up again upon them. And at the top, too, they left another little band, and over that an astragal or collar, which helps, they observed, the columns of wood to be fortified. In the bases of their columns it was their rule that the under part should consist of straight lines and right angles, but that their upper superfices should terminate circularly to answer to the round of the pillar, and they made this base on every side broader than high, and wider than the column by a determinate part of itself, and the under superfices of the base they made broader than the upper. The plinth, too, they would have a certain proportion broader than the base, and the foundation again a determinate part wider than the plinth. And all these parts, thus placed one upon the other, they erected perpendicular from the center of the foundation. On the other hand, the capitals all agree in this, that their under parts imitate their columns, but their upper end in a square, and consequently the upper part of the capital must always be somewhat broader than the under. This may suffice here as to the columns. The wall ought to be raised with the same proportions as the columns, so that if it is to be as high as the column and its capital, it be also as broad as the column and the breadth of its proportion to the column. And they also observed this rule, that there should be neither plinth, nor base, nor capital, nor wall, but what should in all respects correspond with the rest of the same order, in height, thickness, form, and dimension. But though these are faults, either to make the wall too thick or too thin, higher or lower than the rule and proportion requires, yet of the two I would choose too often on that side where we should have occasion to take away rather than to add. And here I think it will not be amiss to take notice of some errors in buildings, that we ourselves may be the more circumspect, inasmuch as their praise is to be exempt from blame. I have observed, therefore, in St. Peter's Church at Rome, what indeed the thing itself demonstrates, that it was ill-advised to draw a very long and thick wall over so many frequent and continued apertures, without strengthening it with any curve line or any other fortification whatsoever. And what more deserves our notice, all this wing of wall, under which are too frequent and continued apertures, and which is raised to a great height, is exposed as a butt to the impetuous blasts of the northeast, by which means already through the continual violence of the winds it is severed from its direction above 2 yards, and I doubt not that in a short time some little accidental shock will hurry it down into ruins, and if it were not kept in by the timber frame of the roof, it must infallibly have fallen down before now. But the architect may not be so much in fault because of nothing, only the necessity of his situation. He might perhaps imagine that the neighborhood of the Vatican, which overlooks the church, might be a sufficient shelter against the winds. Nevertheless, it is certain those winds ought to have been more regarded, and the wings ought to have been set in strength enough to resist their force. Chapter 12. Of the apertures in the building, that is to say, of the windows and doors, and of those which do not take up the whole thickness of the wall, and their number and sizes. We are now come to treat of the apertures, which are of two sorts, the one serving for the admission of light and air, and the other for the entrance and passage of the inhabitants, and of all manner of conveniences all through the house. Those for light are the windows, those for passage the doors, stairs, and the spaces between the columns. Those too which are for the carrying away of water and smoke, as wells, sinks, the gullies, as we may call them, of chimneys, the mouths of ovens and furnaces, are also called apertures. No room ought to be without a window by which the enclosed air may be let out and renewed, because else it will corrupt and grow unwholesome. Capitolinus the historian relates that in the temple of Apollo at Babylon there was found a little gold casket of very great antiquity, upon opening of which there issued a steam of air, corrupted by length of time, and so poisonous that, spreading itself abroad, it not only killed every body that was near, but infected all Asia with a most dreadful plague, quite as far as Parthia. In the history of Ammianus Marcellinus we read that in Seleucia, in the time of Marcus Antony and Verus, after the plunder and spoiling of the temple, and carrying away the image of the Canic Apollo to Rome, they discovered a little hole which had been formerly stopped up by the Chaldean priests, which being opened by the soldiers out of a greedy desire of plunder, sent forth a vapour so dreadfully pestilential and infectious, that from the confines of Persia quite to Gaul, the whole country was tainted with a mortal and loathsome distemper. Every room therefore should have windows, not only to let in the light, but to renew the air, and they ought to be so accommodated to convenience and to the thickness of the wall, as not to admit more than the use and necessity requires. Moreover, we are to take notice what kinds of windows are to stand open to, because those which look towards a healthy air may be allowed to be large every way, and it will not be amiss to open them in such manner that the air may go clear round the bodies of the inhabitants, which may easily be contrived if the jambs of the windows are made so low that you may both see and be seen from the inside into the street. But such windows as are exposed to winds not altogether so healthy ought to be proportioned as to admit what light is requisite, but not anything larger than is just necessary for that use, and they should likewise be set high, that the wall may break the winds before they reach us, because by this means we shall have wind enough to renew our air, but so interrupted as to take off from the ill effects of it. We should also observe what suns our house floats to, and according to various conveniences, make the windows larger or smaller. In summer apartments, if the windows are to the north, they should be made large every way, but if they are to the south sun, it will be proper to make them low and small, such being best adapted for reception of the air, and least liable to be offended by the sun's rays. And there is no danger such a place should ever want light, when the sun is in a manner continually upon it, so that shade and not light is what is to be consulted there. On the contrary, in apartments for winter, the windows will be best contrived for admitting the sun if they are made large, and yet we may avoid being troubled by the winds at the same time if we place them high, so that the cold air may not blow directly upon the people within. Lastly, from whatever side we take in the light, we ought to make such an opening for it, as makes always give us a free sight of the sky, and the top of that opening ought never to be too low, because we are to face the light with our eyes, and not with our heels. Besides the inconvenience, that if one man gets between another and the window, the light is intercepted, and all the rest of the room is darkened, which never happens when the light comes from above. The doors should imitate the windows, that is, be larger or smaller, more or fewer, according to the frequency or necessity of the place. But I observe that the ancients in their public buildings always set a great many of both the aforementioned kinds of apertures. This appears from their theatres, which if we observe are extremely full of apertures, not only staircases, but windows and doors. And we ought to consider the proportions of these openings, so as not to make very little ones in great walls, nor too large in small ones. In these sorts of apertures, various designs have been commended, but the best architects have never made use of any but squares and straight lines. However, all have agreed in this, that let them be of what shape they will, they should be accommodated to the bigness and form of the building. The doors, then, they say, should always be more high than broad, and the highest be such as are capable of receiving 2 circles, a one upon t'other, and the lowest should be of the height of the diagonal of a square, be where the ground line is one of the sides. It is also convenient to place the doors in such a manner that they may lead to as many parts of the edifice as possible, and in order to give beauty to such apertures, care must be taken that those of like dimensions correspond with each other both on the right and left. It was usual to leave the windows and doors in odd numbers, but so as for the side ones to answer each other, and that the middle to be somewhat larger than the rest. And particular regard was always had to the strength of the building, for which reason they contrived to set the openings clear from the corners and from the columns in the weakest parts of the wall, but not so weak as to be insufficient to support the weight. It being their custom to raise as many parts of the wall as they could plumb, and as it were of one piece without any interruption from the foundation quite up to the covering. There is a certain kind of an aperture, which in form and position imitates the doors and windows, but which does not penetrate the whole thickness of the wall, and so as niches leave very handsome and convenient seats for statues and paintings. But in what parts there are to be set, as also how frequent and large, will be shown more distinctly when we come to treat of the ornaments of edifices. We shall only observe here that they not only add to the beauty of the work, but also save some expense, as they make less stone and lime to serve for the walling. This chiefly is to be taken care of, that you make these niches in convenient numbers, not too big, and of a just form, and as to their order to imitate the windows. And let them be as you will, I have remarked in the structures of the ancients that they never used to suffer them to take up above the 7th part of the front, nor less than the 9th. The spaces between the columns are to be reckoned among the principal apertures, and are to be left variously according to the variety of buildings. But we shall speak of these more clearly in their proper place, and chiefly when we treat of sacred edifices. Let it be sufficient to premise here that those openings should be left in such a manner as to have particular respect to the nature of the columns, which are designed for the support of the covering, and first, that the columns be not too small nor too thin, so as not to be able to bear the weight, nor too big, or so thick as to leave open convenient spaces for passage. Lastly, the apertures must be different, when the columns are frequent from what they are when they stand thin. Because of frequent columns, we turn an architrave, and over the others we turn an arch. But in all openings over which we make arches, we should contrive to have the arch never less than a half circle, with an addition of the 7th part of half its diameter. The most experienced workmen having found that to be very much the best adapted for enduring in a manner to perpetuity, all other arches being thought less strong for supporting the weight, and more liable to ruin. It is moreover imagined that the half circle is the only arch which has no occasion either for chain or any other fortification, and all others, if you don't either chain them or place some weight against them for a counterpoise, are bound by their own weight to burst out and fall to ruin. I will not omit here what I have taken notice of among the ancients, a contrivance certainly very excellent and praiseworthy. Their best architects placed these apertures and the arches of the roofs of their temples in such a manner that even though you took away every column from under them, yet they would still stand firm and not fall down. The arches on which the roof was placed being drawn quite down to the foundation with wonderful art known but to few, so that the whole upheld itself by being evenly let upon arches. For those arches having the solid earth for their chain, No wonder they stood firm without any other support. Chapter 12. Of the apertures in the building, that is to say, of the windows and doors, and of those which do not take up the whole thickness of the wall, and their number and sizes. We are now come to treat of the apertures, which are of two sorts, the one serving for the admission of light and air, and the other for the entrance and passage of the inhabitants, and of all manner of conveniences all through the house. Those for light are the windows, those for passage the doors, stairs, and the spaces between the columns. Those too which are for the carrying away of water and smoke, as wells, sinks, the gullies, as we may call them, of chimneys, the mouths of ovens and furnaces, are also called apertures. No room ought to be without a window by which the enclosed air may be let out and renewed, because else it will corrupt and grow unwholesome. Capitolinus the historian relates that in the temple of Apollo at Babylon there was found a little gold casket of very great antiquity, upon opening of which there issued a steam of air, corrupted by length of time, and so poisonous that, spreading itself abroad, it not only killed every body that was near, but infected all Asia with a most dreadful plague, quite as far as Parthia. In the history of Ammianus Marcellinus we read that in Seleucia, in the time of Marcus Antony and Verus, after the plunder and spoiling of the temple, and carrying away the image of the Canic Apollo to Rome, they discovered a little hole which had been formerly stopped up by the Chaldean priests, which being opened by the soldiers out of a greedy desire of plunder, sent forth a vapour so dreadfully pestilential and infectious that from the confines of Persia quite to Gaul the whole country was tainted with a mortal and loathsome distemper. Every room therefore should have windows, not only to let in the light, but to renew the air, and they ought to be so accommodated to convenience and to the thickness of the wall, as not to admit more than the use and necessity requires. Moreover, we are to take notice what kinds of windows are to stand open to, because those which look towards a healthy air may be allowed to be large every way, and it will not be amiss to open them in such manner that the air may go clear round the bodies of the inhabitants, which may easily be contrived if the jambs of the windows are made so low that you may both see and be seen from the inside into the street. But such windows as are exposed to winds not altogether so healthy ought to be proportioned as to admit what light is requisite, but not anything larger than is just necessary for that use, and they should likewise be set high, that the wall may break the winds before they reach us, because by this means we shall have wind enough to renew our air, but so interrupted as to take off from the ill effects of it. We should also observe what suns our house floats to, and according to various conveniences, make the windows larger or smaller. In summer apartments, if the windows are to the north, they should be made large every way, but if they are to the south sun, it will be proper to make them low and small, such being best adapted for reception of the air, and least liable to be offended by the sun's rays. And there is no danger such a place should ever want light, when the sun is in a manner continually upon it, so that shade and not light is what is to be consulted there. On the contrary, in apartments for winter, the windows will be best contrived for admitting the sun if they are made large, and yet we may avoid being troubled by the winds at the same time if we place them high, so that the cold air may not blow directly upon the people within. Lastly, from whatever side we take in the light, we ought to make such an opening for it, as makes always give us a free sight of the sky, and the top of that opening ought never to be too low, because we are to face the light with our eyes, and not with our heels. Besides the inconvenience that if one man gets between another and the window, the light is intercepted, and all the rest of the room is darkened, which never happens when the light comes from above. The doors should imitate the windows, that is, be larger or smaller, more or fewer, according to the frequency or necessity of the place. But I observe that the ancients in their public buildings always set a great many of both the aforementioned kinds of apertures. This appears from their theatres, which if we observe are extremely full of apertures, not only staircases, but windows and doors. And we ought to consider the proportions of these openings, so as not to make very little ones in great walls, nor too large in small ones. In these sorts of apertures, various designs have been commended, but the best architects have never made use of any but squares and straight lines. However, all have agreed in this, that let them be of what shape they will, they should be accommodated to the bigness and form of the building. The doors, then, they say, should always be more high than broad, and the highest be such as are capable of receiving 2 circles, a one upon t'other, and the lowest should be of the height of the diagonal of a square, be where the ground line is one of the sides. It is also convenient to place the doors in such a manner that they may lead to as many parts of the edifice as possible, and in order to give beauty to such apertures, care must be taken that those of like dimensions correspond with each other both on the right and left. It was usual to leave the windows and doors in odd numbers, but so as for the side ones to answer each other, and that the middle to be somewhat larger than the rest. And particular regard was always had to the strength of the building, for which reason they contrived to set the openings clear from the corners and from the columns in the weakest parts of the wall, but not so weak as to be insufficient to support the weight. It being their custom to raise as many parts of the wall as they could plumb, and as it were of one piece without any interruption from the foundation quite up to the covering. There is a certain kind of an aperture which in form and position imitates the doors and windows, but which does not penetrate the whole thickness of the wall, and so as niches leave very handsome and convenient seats for statues and paintings, but in what parts there are to be set, as also how frequent and large, will be shown more distinctly when we come to treat of the ornaments of edifices. We shall only observe here that they not only add to the beauty of the work, but also save some expense, as they make less stone and lime to serve for the walling. This chiefly is to be taken care of, that you make these niches in convenient numbers, not too big, and of a just form, and as to their order to imitate the windows. And let them be as you will, I have remarked in the structures of the ancients that they never used to suffer them to take up above the 7th part of the front, nor less than the 9th. The spaces between the columns are to be reckoned among the principal apertures, and are to be left variously according to the variety of buildings. But we shall speak of these more clearly in their proper place, and chiefly when we treat of sacred edifices. Let it be sufficient to premise here that those openings should be left in such a manner as to have particular respect to the nature of the columns, which are designed for the support of the covering, and first, that the columns be not too small nor too thin, so as not to be able to bear the weight, nor too big, or so thick as to leave open convenient spaces for passage. Lastly, the apertures must be different, when the columns are frequent from what they are when they stand thin. Because of frequent columns, we turn an architrave, and over the others we turn an arch. But in all openings over which we make arches, we should contrive to have the arch never less than a half circle, with an addition of the 7th part of half its diameter. The most experienced workmen having found that to be very much the best adapted for enduring in a manner to perpetuity, all other arches being thought less strong for supporting the weight, and more liable to ruin. It is moreover imagined that the half circle is the only arch which has no occasion either for chain or any other fortification, and all others, if you don't either chain them or place some weight against them for a counterpoise, are bound by their own weight to burst out and fall to ruin. I will not omit here what I have taken notice of among the ancients, a contrivance certainly very excellent and praiseworthy. Their best architects placed these apertures, and the arches of the roofs of their temples in such a manner that even though you took away every column from under them, yet they would still stand firm and not fall down, the arches on which the roof was placed being drawn quite down to the foundation with wonderful art known but to few, so that the whole upheld itself by being evenly let upon arches. For those arches having the solid earth for their chain, no wonder they stood firm without any other support. Chapter 13. Of the staircases, and their different sorts, of the steps of the stairs, which ought to be in odd numbers, and how many, of the resting places, of the tunnels for carrying away the smoke, of pipes and conduits for carrying off the water, and of the proper placing of wells and sinks. The placing of the stairs is a work of such nicety that without deliberate and mature consideration you can never place them well. For in a staircase there meet three apertures: one, the door by which you enter upon the stairs; another, the window that supplies you with light to see the steps by; and the third, the opening in the ceiling, which lets you into the area above. And therefore it is said to be no wonder that the stairs should perplex the design of a structure. But if a man has desires to have the stair not hinder him, take care not to hinder the stair, but allow it a determinate and just portion of the platform, in order to give its free course quite up to the covering at the top of all. And do not let us repine that the staircase should take up so much of the area, for it furnishes us with very many conveniences, and is no inconvenience to the other parts of the building. Add to this, that those little vaults and spaces under the stairs are very serviceable for a great many purposes. Our staircases, therefore, are of two sorts. As to those steps or ladders which belong to military expeditions, I shall not speak of them here. The first is that which has no steps, but is mounted by a sloping ascent, and the other is that which is mounted by steps. The ancients used to make the sloping one as easy and as little steep as possible, and as I have observed from their works, thought it a convenient ascent when the highest part of its perpendicular was raised 1/6 part of the line at bottom. In making of staircases with steps, they recommend the making of the steps in odd numbers, and especially in their temples, because they said that by this means we always set our right foot into the temple first, which was accounted a point of religion. And I have observed that the best architects never put above 7 or at most 9 steps together in one flight, imitating, I suppose, the number either of the planets or of the heavens. But at the end of these 7 or 9 steps, they very considerately made a plain that such as were weak or tired with the fatigue of the ascent might have leisure to rest themselves, and that if they should chance to stumble, there might be a place to break their fall and give them means to recover themselves. And I am thoroughly of opinion that the stairs ought to be frequently interrupted by these landing places, and that they should be well lighted, and ample and spacious according to the dignity of the place. The steps they never made higher than 9 inches, nor lower than 6, and in breadth never less than 1.5 feet, nor more than a yard. The fewer staircases that are in a house, and the less room they take up, the more convenient they are esteemed. The flues for smoke and water ought to be as direct as possible, and so built that they may not lie and gather within, or soil, or offend, or endanger the building. For this reason, too, the tunnels of the chimneys should be carried quite clear from all manner of woodwork, for fear some spark or their mere heat should set fire to the beams or rafters that are near them. The drains also for carrying off the water should be so contrived as to convey away all superfluities, and in their passage not to do any harm to the house, either by sapping or dirtying it. For if any of these things do mischief, let it be ever so little, yet by length of time and continuation they will in the end be of the utmost ill consequence. And I have observed that the best architects have contrived either to throw off the rain by spouts, so as not to wet any body that is going into the house, or carried it through pipes into cisterns to serve for use, or else brought it together to some place where it might wash away all the filth, so that the eyes and noses of the inhabitants might not be offended with it. Indeed, they seem to have been particularly careful to throw the rainwater clear away from the building, so that it might not sap the foundations, as well as for several other reasons. In a word, they were very observant to make all their apertures in the most convenient places, and where they might be most serviceable. I am particularly for having the wells set in the most public and open part of the structure, so that they do not take off from the dignity of the work by being set in a place improper for them, and the naturalists affirm that water most exposed and open is best and most purified. But in whatever part of the building you make either wells or drains, or any other conveyance for the water, they ought to have such apertures as to admit a good quantity of air, that the pavement may be kept dry from the damp exhalations, which will be purged and carried off by the passage of the winds and the motion of the air. We have now taken a sufficient review of the designs of buildings, as far as they seem to relate to the work in general, noting each particular by itself that we intend to speak of. We are now to treat of the work itself and of the structure of edifices. But first we will consider of the materials and of the preparations necessary for the materials. End of the first book. Book 2, Chapter 1, Treating of the Materials. That no man ought to begin a building hastily, but should first take a good deal of time to consider and revolve in his mind all the qualities and requisites of such a work, and that he should carefully review and examine, with the advice of proper judges, the whole structure in itself, and the proportions and measures of every distinct part, not on drafts or paintings, but in actual models of wood or some other substance, that when he has finished his building, he may not repent of his labor. Do not think the labor and expense of a building to be entered upon in a hurry, as well for several other reasons, as also because a man's honor and reputation suffers by it. For as a design well and completely finished brings praise to him that has employed his pains and study in the work. So if in any particular the author seems to have been wanting either of art or prudence, it detracts very much from that praise and from his reputation. And indeed the beauties or faults of edifices, especially public ones, are in a manner clear and manifest to every body. And I know not how it happens. Anything amiss sooner draws contempt than anything handsome or well finished does commendation. It is really wonderful how by a kind of natural instinct, all of us, knowing or ignorant, immediately hit upon what is right or wrong in the contrivance or execution of things, and what a shrewd judgment the eye has in works of this nature above all the other senses. Whence it happens that if anything offers itself to us that is lame or too little, or unnecessary or ungraceful, we presently find ourselves moved and desirous to have it handsome. The reasons of those faults, perhaps we may not all of us be acquainted with, and yet if we were to be asked, there is none of us but would readily say that such a thing might be remedied and corrected. Indeed, everyone cannot propose the remedy, but only such as are well practiced and experienced that way. It is therefore the part of a wise man to weigh and review every particular thoroughly in his mind, that he may not afterwards be forced to say, either in the middle or at the end of this work, I wish this, or I wish that were otherwise. And it is really surprising what a hearty punishment a man suffers for a work ill managed, for in process of time he himself at length finds out the mistakes he foolishly made in the beginning for want of due reflection. And then, unless he pulls it to pieces and reforms it, he is continually repenting and fretting at the eyesore, or if he pulls it down, he is blamed upon account of the loss and expense, and accused of levity and instability of mind. Suetonius tells us that Julius Caesar, having begun a structure at the Lake Nemorensis from the very foundations, and completed it at vast expense, pulled it all down again, because it was not exactly in all respects to his mind, for which he is certainly very much to be blamed, even by us his posterity, either for not sufficiently considering what was requisite at first, or else afterwards for disliking through levity what might really not be amiss. He therefore always highly commend the ancient custom of builders, who not only in drafts and paintings, but in real models of wood or other substance, examined and weighed over and over again, with the advice of men of the best experience, the whole work and the admeasurements of all its parts, before they put themselves to the expense or trouble. By making a model, you will have an opportunity thoroughly to weigh and consider the form and situation of your platform, with respect to the region, what extent is to be allowed to it, the number and order of the parts, how the walls are to be made, and how strong and firm the covering, and in a word all those particulars which we have spoken of in the preceding book. And there you may easily and freely add, retrench, alter, renew, and in short change everything from one end to t'other, till all and every one of the parts are just as you would have them, and without fault. Add likewise that you may then examine and compute, what is by no means to be neglected, the particulars and sum of your future expense, the size, height, thickness, number, extent, form, species, and quality of all the parts, how they are to be made, and by what artificers, because you will thereby have a clear and distinct idea of the numbers and forms of your columns, capitals, bases, cornices, pediments, incrustations, pavements, statues, and the like, that relates either to the strength or ornament. I must not omit to observe that the making of curious polished models with the delicacy of painting is not required from an architect that only designs to show the real thing itself, but is rather the part of a vain architect that makes it his business, by charming the eye and striking the fancy of the beholder, to divert him from a rigorous examination of the parts which he ought to make, and to draw him into an admiration of himself. For this reason, I would not have the models too exactly finished, nor too delicate and neat, but plain and simple, more to be admired for the contrivance of the inventor than the hand of the workman. Between the design of the painter and that of the architect, there is this difference, that the painter, by the exactness of his shades, lines, and angles, endeavors to make the parts seem to rise from the canvas, whereas the architect, without any regard to the shades, makes his reliefs from the design of his platform as one that would have his work valued, not by the apparent perspective, but by the real compartments founded upon reason. In a word, you ought to make such models, and consider them by yourself, and with others so diligently, and examine them over and over so often, that there shall not be a single part in your whole structure, but what you are thoroughly acquainted with, and know what place and how much room it is to possess, and to what use to be applied. But above all, nothing requires our attention so much as the covering, which seems in its nature, if I mistake not, beyond anything else in architecture, to have been of the greatest and first convenience to mankind, for though indeed it must be owned that it was upon the account of this covering that they invented not only the wall and those other parts which are carried up with the wall and necessarily accompany it, but also those parts which are made underground, such as conduits, channels, receptacles of rainwater, sewers, and the like. For my part, that have had no small experience in things of this nature, I indeed know the difficulty of performing a work, wherein the parts are joined with dignity, convenience, and beauty, having not only other things praiseworthy, but also a variety of ornaments, such as decency and proportion requires. And this, no question, is a very great matter. But to cover all these with a proper, convenient, and apt covering is the work of none but a very great master. To conclude, when the whole model and the contrivance of all the parts greatly pleases both yourself and others of good experience, so that you have not the least doubt remaining within yourself, and do not know of anything that wants the least re-examination, even then I would advise you not to run furiously to the execution out of a passion for building, demolishing old structures, or laying mighty foundations of the whole work, which rash and inconsiderate men are apt to do. But if you will hearken to me, lay the thoughts of it aside for some time, till this favourite invention grows old, then take a fresh review of everything, when not being guided by a fondness for your invention, but by the truth and reason of things, you will be capable of judging more clearly. Because in many cases time will discover a great many things to you, worth consideration and reflection, which, be you ever so accurate, might before escape. Chapter 2. That we ought to undertake nothing above our abilities, nor strive against nature, and that we ought also not only to consider what we can do, but what is fit for us to do, and in what place it is that we are to build. On examining your model, among other points to be considered, you must take care not to forget these. First, not to undertake a thing which is above the power of man to do, and not to pretend to strive directly contrary to the nature of things. For nature, if you force or wrest her out of her way, whatever strength you may do it with, will yet in the end overcome and break through all opposition and hindrance. And the most obstinate violence, to use such an expression, will at last be forced to yield to her daily and continual perseverance, assisted by length of time. How many of the mighty works of men do we read of, and know ourselves to have been destroyed by no other cause than that they contended against nature? Who does not laugh at him, that having made a bridge upon ships, intended to ride over the sea? Or rather, who does not hate him for his folly and insolence? The haven of Claudius below Ostia, and that of Hadrian near Terracina, works in all other respects likely to last to eternity, yet now having their mouths stopped with sand, and their beds quite choked up, they have been long since totally destroyed by the continual assaults of the sea, which incessantly washing against it gains from it daily. What then think ye will happen in any place where you pretend to oppose or entirely repel the violence of water, or the enormous weight of rocks tumbling down on you in ruins? This being considered, we ought never to undertake anything that is not exactly agreeable to nature. And moreover, we should take care not to enter upon a work in which we may be so much wanting to ourselves as to be forced to leave it imperfect. Who would not have blamed Tarquin, king of the Romans, if the gods had not favoured the greatness of the city, and if by the enlargement of the empire he had not received an accession of wealth sufficient to complete the magnificence of his beginning, for throwing away the whole expense of his future work in laying the foundations of his temple? Besides, it is not amiss to consider, and that not in the last place, not only what you are able, but also what is decent for you to do. I do not commend Rhodopis of Thrace, the famous courtesan and the wonder of her days, for building herself a sepulchre of incredible expense. For though she might possibly by her whoredoms have acquired the riches of a queen, yet she was by no means worthy of a royal sepulchre. But on the other hand, I do not blame Artemisia, queen of Caria, for having built her beloved and worthy consort a most stately mausoleum. Though in things of that nature, I think modesty is best. Horace blamed Maecenas for having too furious a passion for building. I commend him who, according to Cornelius Tacitus, built Otho's sepulchre modest, but extremely durable. And though it be true that private monuments require modesty and public ones magnificence, yet public ones too are sometimes praised for being as modest as the others. We admire Pompey's theatre for the surprising greatness and dignity of the work. A work truly worthy of Pompey and of Rome in the midst of her victories. But Nero's unadvisedly fondness for building and mad passion for undertaking immense designs is commended by nobody. And besides, who would not rather have wished that he who employed so many thousand men to bore through the hill near Pozzuolo had taken the same pains and bestowed the same expense upon some work of greater use? Who will not detest the monstrous folly and vanity of Heliogabalus, who had thoughts of erecting a huge column with stairs on the inside of it to mount to the top, whereon Heliogabalus himself was to be set as a god, which he pretended to make himself? but not being able to find a stone of that bigness, he sought for it quite to Thebais, he desisted from his wild design. Hereunto we may add that we ought not to begin a thing which, though in some respects worthy and useful, and not altogether so difficult of execution, some particular opportunity or means favouring it at that time, yet that is of a nature to fall soon to decay, either through the negligence of successors or dislike of the inhabitants. I therefore find fault with the canal which Nero made navigable for galleys with 5 rows of oars from Avernus to Ostia, as well upon other accounts, as because the maintaining of it seemed to require perpetual and eternal felicity of the empire, and a succession of princes all inclined to the same works. These considerations being granted, we ought to reflect duly upon all the particulars before mentioned, that is to say, what work we undertake, the place we are to build in, and what the person is that is to build, and to contrive everything according to his dignity and necessities, is the part of a discreet and prudent architect. Chapter 3. That having considered the whole disposition of the building and all the parts of the model, we ought to take the advice of prudent and understanding men. And before we begin our work, it will not only be proper to know how to raise money for the expense, but also long beforehand to provide all the materials for completing such an undertaking. Having weighed and considered these things, you must proceed to the examination of the rest, whether each of them be perfectly contrived and conveniently disposed in its proper place. And to do this effectually, it is necessary you should be full of this persuasion, all the while you are meditating upon these things, that it will be a scandal to you if, as far as in you lies, you suffer any other building with the same expense or advantages to gain more praise and approbation than your own. Nor is it sufficient in these cases to be only not despised, unless you are highly and principally commended, and then imitated. Therefore we ought to be as severe and diligent as possible in our scrutiny of every particular, as well to suffer nothing but what is excellent and elegant, as to have all things mutually concur, to make the whole handsome and beautiful, insomuch that whatever you attempted to add or retrench or alter should be for the worse and make a defect. But herein I repeat my advice. Let your moderator be the prudence and counsel of the most experienced judges, whose approbation is founded upon knowledge and sincerity, because by their skill and directions you will be much more likely than by your own private will and opinion to attain to perfection, or something very near it. And besides, the praise of good judges is the highest satisfaction, and as for others, they praise you sufficiently, and are pleased with it in not doing something better themselves, so that you will be sure of the pleasure of having the approbation of all skillful men thereabout, and you may find your advantage in hearkening to everybody, for sometimes it happens that persons of no skill make observations by no means to be despised. When therefore you have well weighed, reviewed, and examined all the parts of your model, and all the proportions of the whole building, so that there is not the least particular anywhere about it which you have not considered and reflected upon, and that you are fully resolved to build in that manner in every respect, and can raise the money conveniently for defraying the expense, then prepare the other things necessary for the execution of your work, that when you have begun, nothing may be wanting so as to prevent your finishing your structure expeditiously. For as you will have occasion for a great number of things for carrying on the business, and as if but one is unprovided, it may stop or spoil the whole work. It is your care to have everything at hand that may be of use to you, if provided, or a detriment, if wanting. The kings of Judea, David and Solomon, when they had undertaken to build the temple of Jerusalem, having amassed great quantities of gold, silver, brass, timber, stone, and the like materials, that they might want nothing that could be serviceable in the easy and speedy execution of the work, as Eusebius Pamphilus tells us, sent to the neighboring kings for several thousands of workmen and architects, which I highly commend, because it certainly adds dignity to the work and increases the glory of the author, and structures that have been handsomely contrived and speedily finished besides have been very much celebrated by ancient writers. Quintus Curtius relates that Alexander the Great, in building a city, and that no very small one, near the Tanais, spent but 7 days. And Josephus the historian tells us that Nebuchadnezzar built the temple of Belus in 15, and in the same space of time girt the city of Babylon with 3 circuits of walls, that Titus made a wall little less than 5 miles long, and Semiramis near Babylon built the 1/8 part of a mile of a prodigious wall every day, and that he erected another of above 25 miles in length, very high and thick, to confine the lake, and in no more than 7 days, but of these in another place.
Chapter 4. What materials are to be provided for the building, what workmen to be chose, and in what seasons, according to the opinions of the ancients, to cut timber. The things to be prepared are these: lime, timber, sand, stone, as also iron, brass, lead, glass, and the like. But the thing of greatest consequence is to choose skillful workmen, not light or inconstant, whom you may trust with the care and management of an edifice well designed, and who will complete it with all expedition. And in fixing upon all these, it will be of use to you to be somewhat guided by the consideration of other works already finished in your neighborhood, and by the information you receive from them to determine what to do in your own case. For by observing the faults and beauties in them, you will consider that the same may happen in yours. Nero, the emperor, having formed a design of dedicating a huge statue of 120 foot high, in honor of the sun at Rome, exceeding anything that had been done before in greatness and magnificence, as Pliny relates, before he gave final orders for the work to Zenodarus, a famous and excellent sculptor in those days, would first fix his capacity for such a work by a colossus of extraordinary weight, which he had made in the country of Auvergne in France. These things duly considered, we proceed to the others. We intend, then, in treating of the materials necessary for building, to repeat those things which have taught us by the most learned among the ancients, and particularly Theophrastus, Aristotle, Cato, Varro, Pliny, and Virgil, because they have learned more from long observation than from any quickness of genius, so that they are best gathered from those who have observed them with the greatest diligence. We shall therefore go on to collect those rules which the most approved ancients have left us in many and various places, and to fetch, according to our custom, we shall add whatever we ourselves have deduced from antique works, or the instructions of most experienced artificers, if we happen to know anything that may be serviceable to our purpose. And I believe it will be the best method, following nature herself, to begin with those things which were first in use among men in their buildings, which, if we mistake not, were timber trees, which they felled in the woods. Though among authors I find some are divided upon this very subject. Some will have it that men at first dwelt in caves, and that they and their cattle were both sheltered under the same roof, and therefore they believe what Pliny tells us, that one, Gellius Texius, was the first, that in imitation of nature built himself a house of mud. Diodorus says that Vesta, the daughter of Saturn, was the first that invented houses. Eusebius Pamphilus, an excellent searcher into antiquity, tells us from the testimony of the ancients that the grandsons of Protogenes first taught men the building of houses, which they patched up of reeds and bulrushes. But to return to our subject, the ancients then, and particularly Theophrastus, inform us that most trees, and especially the fir, the pitch tree, and the pine, ought to be cut immediately when they begin to put forth their young shoots, when through their abundance of sap you must easily strip off the bark, but that there are some trees, as the maple, the elm, the ash, and the linden, which are best cut after vintage. The oak, if cut in summer, they observe is apt to breed worms, but if in winter it will keep sound and not split. and it is not foreign to our purpose what they mean that wood which is cut in winter in a north wind, though it be green, will nevertheless burn extremely well, and in a manner without smoke, which manifestly shows that their juices are not crude, but well digested. Vitruvius is for cutting timber in the beginning of autumn, till such time as the leafy winds begin to blow. And Hesiod says that when the sun darts his burning rays directly upon our heads and turns men's complexions to brown, then is the time for harvest, but that when the trees drop their leaves, then is the season for cutting timber. Cato moderates the matter thus: let the oak, says he, be felled during the solstice, because in winter it is always out of season. Other woods that bear seed may be cut when that is mature, those that bear none when you please. Those that have their seeds green and ripe at the same time should be cut when that is fallen, but the elm when the leaves drop. And they say it is of very great importance what age the moon is of when you fell your timber, for they are all of opinion, and especially Varro, that the influence of the moon is so powerful over things of this nature, that even they who cut their hair in the wane of the moon shall soon grow bald. And for this reason, they tell us, Tiberius observed certain days for cutting his hair. The astrologers affirm that your spirits will always be oppressed with melancholy if you cut your nails or hair while the moon is oppressed or ill-disposed. It is to our present purpose what they say, that such things as are designed in their uses to be movable ought to be cut and wrought when the moon is in Libra or Cancer, but such as are to be fixed and immovable when she is in Leo, Taurus, or the like. But that timber ought to be cut in the wane of the moon, all the learned are agreed, because they hold that the phlegmatic moisture, so very liable to immediate putrefaction, is then almost quite dried up, and it is certain that when it is cut in such a moon, it is never apt to breed worms. Hence they say you ought not to reap the corn which you intend to eat at full moon, because then the ears are full, but that which you intend to keep in the wane. It is also evident that the leaves of trees cropped in the wane of the moon do not rot. Columella thinks it best to fell timber from the 20th to the 30th day of the moon's age. Vegetius from the 15th to the 22nd, and hence he supposes the religious ceremony to arise of celebrating all mysteries relating to eternity only on those days, because wood cut then laid in a manner forever. They add that we should likewise observe the setting of the moon, but Pliny thinks it a proper time to fell trees when the dog-star reigns, and when the moon is in conjunction with the sun, which day is called an interlunium, and that it is good to wait for the night of that day till the moon is set. The astronomers say, the reason of this is because the action of the moon puts the fluids of all bodies in motion, and that therefore, when those fluids are drawn down or left by the moon in the lowest roots, the rest of the timber is clearer and sounder. Moreover, they think that the tree will be much more serviceable if it is not cut quite down immediately, but chopped round about, and so left standing upon the stump to dry. And they say that if the fir, which is the most unapt to suffer by moisture, be barked in the wane of the moon, it will never afterwards be liable to be rotted by water. There are some who affirm that if the oak, which is so heavy a wood that naturally it sinks in the water, be chopped round the bottom in the beginning of spring, and cut down when it has lost its leaves, it will have such an effect upon it that it will float for the space of 90 days, and not sink. Others advise to chop the trees, which you leave thus upon their stumps halfway through, that the corruption and bad juices may distill through, and be carried off. They add that the trees, which are designed to be sawed or planed, should not be cut down till they have brought their fruits and ripened their seeds, and that trees so cut, especially fruit-bearers, should be barked, because while they are covered with the bark, corruption is very apt to gather between the rind and the tree.
Chapter 5, of preserving the trees after they are cut, what to plaster or anoint them with, of the remedies against their infirmities, and of allotting them their proper places in the building. After the timber is cut, it must be laid where the scorching heat of the sun or rude blasts of winds never come, and especially that which falls of itself ought to be very well protected with shade. And for this reason the ancient architects used to plaster it over with ox dung, which Theophrastus says they did, because by that means all the pores being stopped up, the superfluous phlegm and humidity concreting within, distills and vents itself by degrees through the heart, by which means the dryness of the other parts of the wood is condensed by drying equally throughout. And they are of opinion that trees dry better if set with their heads downward. Moreover, they prescribe various remedies against their decaying and other infirmities. Theophrastus thinks that burying of timber hardens it extremely. Cato advises to anoint it with lees of oil, to preserve it from all manner of worms, and we all know that pitch is a defense to it against water. They say that wood, which has been soaked in the dregs of oil, will burn without the offense of smoke. Pliny writes that in the labyrinth of Egypt there are great beams made of the Egyptian palm rubbed over with oil, and Theophrastus says that timber daubed over with glue will not burn. Nor will I omit what we read in Aulus Gellius, taken out of the Annals of Quintus Fabius, having thoroughly debored a wooden tower in the Piraeum with alum. When Sylla besieged it, it would not take fire. Several woods are hardened and strengthened against the assaults of storms in various manners. They bury the citron wood underground, plastered over with wax for 7 days, and after an intermission of as many more, lay it under heaps of corn for the same space of time, whereby it becomes not only stronger, but easier to be wrought, because it takes away a very considerable part of its weight. And they say, too, that the same wood thus dried, being afterwards laid some time in the sea, acquires a hardness incredibly solid and incorruptible. It is certain the chestnut tree is purged by the sea water. Pliny writes, the Egyptian fig tree is laid under water to dry and grow lighter, for at first it will sink to the bottom. We see that our workmen lay timber under water or dung for 30 days, especially such as they design for turning, by which means they think it is better dried and more easily worked for all manner of uses. There are some who affirm that all manner of woods agree in this, that if you bury them in some moist place while they are green, they will endure forever. But whether this be true, or how far it is to be trusted, the experience are universally of this opinion, that you must not meddle with time to harden and to get a kind of maturity of strength before it is applied to use. After it is thus prepared, Cato directs that it must not be brought out into the air, but in the wane of the moon, and after midday, and even in the wane of the moon he condemns the 4 days next after the 15th, and precautions us against bringing it out in a south wind. And when we bring it out, we must take care not to draw it through the dew, nor to saw or cut it when it is covered with dew or frost, but only when it is perfectly dry in all respects. Chapter 6. What woods are most proper for building, their natures and uses, how they are to be employed, and what part of the edifice each kind is most fit for. Theophrastus thinks that timber is not dry enough for the making of planks, especially for doors, in less than 3 years. The trees of most use for building were reckoned to be these: the holm, and all other sorts of oaks, the beech, the poplar, the linden, the willow, the alder, the ash, the pine, the cypress, the olive, both wild and garden, the chestnut, the larch tree, the box, the cedar, the ebony, and even the vine. But all these are various in their natures, and therefore must be applied to various uses. Some are better than others to be exposed without doors, others must be used within. Some delight in the open air, others harden in the water, and will endure almost forever underground.
Some are good to make nice boards and for sculptures, and all manner of joiners' work, some for beams and rafters. Others are stronger for supporting open terrapses and coverings, and the alder for piles to make a foundation in a river or marshy ground exceeds all other trees, and bears the wet incomparably well, but will not last at all in the air or sun. On the contrary, the beech will not endure the wet at all. The elm, left in the open air, hardens extremely, but else it splits and will not last. The pitch tree and pine, if buried underground, are wonderfully durable, but the oak, being hard, close, and nervous, and of the smallest pores, not admitting any moisture, is the properest of any for all manner of works underground, capable of supporting the greatest weights, and is the strongest of columns. But though nature has endued it with so much hardness that it cannot be bored unless it be soaked, yet above ground it is reckoned inconstant, and to warp and grow unmanageable, and in the sea water quickly rots, which does not happen to the olive, nor holm oak, nor wild olive, though in other things they agree with the oak. The mast holm never consumes with age, because its inside is juicy, and as it were always green. The beech likewise and the chestnut do not rot in the water, and are reckoned among the principal trees for works underground. The cork tree also, and the wild pine, the mulberry, the maple, and the elm are not amiss for columns. Theophrastus recommends the Neropont nut tree for beams and rafters, because before it breaks it gives notice by a crack, which formerly saved the lives of a great many people, who upon the falling of the public baths at Andros, by means of that warning, had time to make their escape. But the fir is much the best for that use, for as it is one of the biggest and thickest of trees, it is endued with a natural stiffness that will not easily give way to the weight that is laid upon it, but stands firm and never yields. Add besides that it is easy to work, and does not lie too heavy upon the wall. In short, many perfections and uses and great praises are ascribed to this single wood. Nevertheless, we cannot disown that it has one fault, which is that it is too apt to catch fire. Not inferior to this for roofs is the cypress, a tree in many other respects so useful that it claims a principal rank among the most excellent. The ancients reckoned it as one of the best, and not inferior to cedar or ebony. In India, the cypress is valued almost equal with the spice trees, and with good reason. For whatever praises may be bestowed upon the armory or cinerary field pine, which Theophrastus says is everlasting, yet if you collect either smell, beauty, strength, bigness, straightness, or duration, or all these together, what tree can you put in competition with the cypress? It is affirmed that the cypress never suffers, either by worms or age, and never splits of its own accord. For this reason, Plutarch was of opinion that the public laws and statutes should be carved in sacred tables of cypress, believing they would be more lasting than tables of brass. This topic naturally leads me to give an account of what I myself remember to have read and observed of this wood. It is related that the gates of the temple of Diana at Ephesus, being of cypress, lasted 400 years, and preserved their beauty in such a manner that they always seemed to be new. In the church of St. Peter at Rome, upon the repairing of the gates by Pope Eugenius, I found that where they had not been injured by the violence of the enemy in stripping away the silver with which they were formerly covered, they had continued whole and sound above 550 years. For if we examine the annals of the Roman pontiffs, so long is it from the time of Hadrian III, who set them up, to Eugene IV. Therefore, though the fir is very much commended for making rafters, yet the cypress is preferred before it, perhaps only upon this one account, namely that it is more lasting. But then it is heavier than the fir. The pine and pitch trees also are valued, for the pine is supposed to have the same quality as the fir, of rising against the weight that is laid upon it. But between the fir and the pine, there is this difference among others, that the fir is less injured by worms, because the pine is of a sweeter juice than the fir. I do not know any wood that is to be preferred to the larch or turpentine tree, which, within my observation, has supported buildings perfectly strong and to a very great age in many places, and particularly in those very ancient structures in the marketplace at Venice, and indeed this one tree is reckoned to be furnished with the considerations of all the rest. It is nervous, tenacious of its strength, unmovable in storms, not molested with worms, and it is an ancient opinion that against the injuries of fire it remains invincible, and in a manner unhurt, insomuch that they advise us, on whatever side we are apprehensive of fire, to place beams of larch by way of security. It is true, I have seen it take fire and burn, but yet in such a manner that it seemed to resist the flames and to threaten to drive them away. It has indeed one defect, which is that in sea-water it is very subject to be injured by worms. For beams, the oak and olive are accounted improper because of their heaviness, and that they give way beneath the weight that is laid upon them, and are apt to warp even of themselves. Besides, all trees that are more inclinable to break into shivers than to split are unfit for beams. Such are the olive, the fig, the linden, the sallow, and the like. It is a surprising property which they relate of the palm tree, that it rises against the weight that is laid upon it, and bends upwards in spite of all resistance. For beams and coverings exposed to the open air, the juniper is greatly commended, and Pliny says it has the same properties as the cedar, but is sounder. The olive, too, is reckoned extremely durable, and the box is esteemed as one of the best of all. Nor is the chestnut, though apt to cleave and split, rejected for works to the open air. But the wild olive they particularly esteem for the same reason as the cypress, because it never breeds worms, which is the advantage of all trees that have oily and gummy juices, especially if those juices are bitter. The worm never enters into such trees, and it is certain they exclude all moisture from without. Contrary to these are supposed to be all woods that have juices of a sweet taste, and which easily take fire, out of which nevertheless they accept the sweet as well as the wild olive. Vitruvius says that the holm, oak, and beech are very weak in their nature against storms, and do not endure to a great age. Pliny says that the mast holm soon rots, but the fir, and particularly that which grows in the Alps, for uses within doors, as for bedsteads, tables, doors, benches, and the like, is excellent, because it is, in its nature, very dry and very tenacious of the glue. The pitch tree and cypress also are very good for such uses. The beech for other service is too brittle, but does mighty well for coffers and beds, and will saw into extreme thin planks, as will likewise the scarlet oak. The chestnut, on the contrary, the elm and the ash, are reckoned very unfit for planks, because they easily split, and though they split slowly, they are very inapt to do it, though else the ash is accounted of very obedient in all manner of works. But I am surprised the ancients have not esteemed the nut tree. It is, which experience shows us, extremely tractable and good for most uses, and especially for boards or planks. They commend the mulberry tree both for its durableness and because by length of it grows blacker and handsomer. Theophrastus tells us that the rich used to make their doors of the lote tree, the scarlet oak, and of box. The elm, because it firmly maintains its strength, is said to be very proper for jambs of doors, but it should be set with its head downwards. Cato says that levers ought to be made of holly, laurel, and elm. For bars and bolts, they recommend the cornel tree; for stairs, the wild ash or the maple. They hollowed the pine, the pitch tree, and the elm for aqueducts, but they say unless they are buried underground, they presently decay. Lastly, the female larch tree, which is almost of the color of honey, for the ornaments of edifices, and for tables for painting, they found to be in a manner eternal, and never crack or split. And besides, as its veins run short, not long, they used it for the images of their gods, as they did also the lote, the box, the cedar, and the cypress too, and the large roots of the olive and the Egyptian peach tree, which they say is like the lote tree. If they had occasion to turn anything long and round, they used the beech, the mulberry, the tree that yields the turpentine, but especially the most close-bodied box, most excellent for turning, and for very curious works, the ebony. Neither for statues or pictures did they despise the poplar, both white and black, the sallow, the hornbeam, the service tree, the elder, and the fig, which woods, by their dryness and evenness, are not only good for receiving and preserving the gums and colours of the painter, but are wonderfully soft and easy under the carver's tool for expressing all manner of forms, though it is certain that none of these for tractableness can compare with the linden. Some there are that for statues choose the jubilee tree. Contrary to these is the oak, which will never join either with itself or any other wood of the same nature, and despises all manner of glue. The same defect is supposed to be in all trees that are grained and inclined to distill. Wood that is easily planned and has a close body is never well to be fastened with glue. And those also that are of different natures, as the ivy, the laurel, and the linden, which are hot if glued to those that grow in moist places, which are all in their natures cold, never hold long together. The elm, the ash, the mulberry, and the cherry tree, being dry, do not agree with the plane tree or the alder, which are moist. Nay, the ancients were so far from joining together woods different in their natures, that they would not so much as place them near one another. And for this reason, Vitruvius advises us against joining planks of beech and oak together. Chapter 7, of trees more summarily. But to speak of all these more summarily, all authors are agreed that trees which do not bear fruit are stronger and sounder than those which do, and that the wild ones which are not cultivated either with hand or steel are harder than the domestic. Theophrastus says that the wild ones never fall into any infirmities that kill them, whereas the domestic and fruit-bearers are subject to very considerable infirmities. And among the fruit-bearers, those which bear early are weaker than those which bear late, and the sweet than the tart. And among the tart ones, those are accounted the firmest that have the sharpest and the least fruit. Those that bear fruit once in 2 years, and those which are naturally barren, have more knots in them than those which bear every year. The shortest likewise are the hardest, and the barren grow faster than the fruitful. They say likewise that such trees as grow in an open place, unsheltered either by woods or hills, but shaken by frequent storms and winds, are stronger and thicker, but at the same time shorter and more knotty than such as grow down in a valley or in any other place defended from the winds. They also believe that trees which grow in moist, shady places are more tender than those which grow in a dry, open situation, and that those which stand exposed to the north are more serviceable than those which grow to the south. They reject as abortive all trees that grow in places not agreeable to their natures, and though such as stand to the south are very hard, yet they are apt to warp in their sap, so that they are not straight and even enough for service. Moreover, those which are in their natures dry and slow growers are stronger than those which are moist and fruitful. Wherefore Varro supposed that the one were male and the other female, and that white timber was less close and more tractable than that which has any other color in it. It is certain that heavy wood is harder and closer than light, and the lighter it is, the more brittle, and the more knotty, the stronger. Trees likewise, which nature has endued with the longest life, she has always endued with the property of keeping longest from decay when cut down, and the less sap they have, so much the stronger and more hardy. The parts nearest to the sap are indeed harder and closer than the rest, but those next the bark have more binding nerves, for it is supposed in trees, just as in animals, the bark is the skin, the parts next under the bark are the flesh, and that which encloses the sap, the bone. and Aristotle thought the knots in plants were in the nature of nerves. Of all the parts of the tree, the worst is the albumen or juice that nourishes it, both because it is very apt to breed worms, and upon several other accounts. To these observations we may add that the part of the tree which while it was standing was towards the south will be drier than the rest, and thinner and more extenuated, but it will be firmer and closer, and the sap will be nearer to the bark on that side than on the other. Those parts also which are nearest to the ground and to the roots will be heavier than any of the rest, a proof whereof is that they will hardly float upon the water. And the middle of all trees is the most knotty. The veins, too, the nearer they are to the roots, the more they are wreathed and contorted. Nevertheless, the lower parts are reckoned always stronger and more useful than the upper. But I find in good authors some very remarkable things of some trees. They say that the vine exceeds even the eternity of time itself. In Populonia, near Piombino, there was a statue of Jupiter made of that wood, to be seen in Caesar's days, which had lasted for a vast number of years without the least decay. And indeed it is universally allowed that there is no wood whatsoever more durable. In Ariana, a province of India, there are vines so large, as Strabo informs us, that two men can hardly embrace its trunk. They tell us of a roof of cedar in Utica that lasted 1,278 years. In a temple of Diana in Spain, they speak of rafters of juniper that lasted from 200 years before the siege of Troy, quite to the days of Hannibal. The cedar, too, is of a most wonderful nature, as if they say it is the only wood that will not retain the nails. In the mountains near the lake Benacus, or the Lago di Garda, grows a kind of fir, which if you make vessels of it, will not hold the wine, unless you first anoint them with oil. Thus much for trees. Chapter 8. Of stones in general, when they are to be dug and when used, which are the softest and which the hardest and which best and most durable. We must likewise make provision of the stone which is to be used in our walls, and this is of two sorts, the one proper only for making the lime and the cement, the other for erecting the building. Of this latter we shall treat first, omitting many particulars, both for the sake of brevity and because they are already sufficiently known. Neither shall we spend any time here in philosophical inquiries about the principles and origin of stones, as whether the first particles, which by a mixture of earth and water harden first into slime and afterwards into stone, or what is said of gems, that they are collected and concreted by the heat and power of the rays of the sun, or rather that there is in the bosom of the earth certain natural seeds as of other things, so also of stones, and whether their colour is owing to a certain proper blending of the particles of water with very minute ones of earth, or to some innate quality of its own seed, or to an imperfection received from the sun's rays. Nor shall these idle disquisitions might perhaps to adorn our work. I shall omit them, and proceed to treat of the method of building as addressing myself to artificers, approved for skill and experience, with more freedom than perhaps would be allowed by those who are for more exact philosophizing. Cato advises to dig the stone in summer, to let it lie in the open air, and not to use it under 2 years. In summer, to the intent that it may grow accustomed by degrees to wind, rain, and frost, and other inclemencies of the weather, which it had not felt before. For if stone, immediately upon its being dug out of the quarry, while it is full of its native juice and humidity, is exposed to severe winds and sudden frosts, it will split and break to pieces. It should be kept in the open air, in order to prove the goodness of each particular stone, and how well it is able to resist the accidents that injure it, making experiment by this small trial, how long they are likely to hold against the assaults of time. They should not be used under 2 years, to the intent that you may have time to find out such among them as are weak in their nature, and likely to damage the work, and to separate them from the good ones. For it is certain, in one and the same kind of stones, there is a difference in goodness of any sort of stone, and its fitness for this or that particular situation is best learnt from use and experience. And you may much sooner come at their values and properties from old buildings than from the writings and precepts of philosophers. However, to say something briefly of stones in general, we will beg leave to offer the following observations. All white stone is softer than red. The clear is more easily wrought than the cloudy, and the more like salt it looks, the harder it is to work. Stone that looks as if it were strewed over with a bright shining sand is harsh. If little sparks, as it were, of gold are intermixed, it will be stubborn. If it has a kind of little black points in it, it will be hard to get out of the quarry. That which is spotted with angular drops is stronger than that which has round ones, and the smaller those drops are, the harder it will be, and the finer and clearer the colour is, the longer it will last. The stone that has fewest veins will be most entire, and when the veins come nearest in colour to the adjoining parts of the stone, it will prove most equal throughout. The smaller the veins, the handsomer. The more winding they run, the more untoward, and the more knotty, the worse. Of the veins that is most apt to split which has in the middle a reddish streak, or of the colour of rotten ochre. Much of the same nature is that which is stained here and there with the colour of faded grass. But the most difficult of all is such as looks like a cloudy piece of ice. A multitude of veins shows the stone to be deceitful and apt to crack, and the straighter they are, the more unfaithful. Upon breaking a stone, the more fine and polished the fragments appear, the closer bodied it is, and that which when broken has its outside, the least rugged, will be more manageable than those which are rough. Of the rough ones, those which are whitest will be worst for working, whereas on the contrary in brown stones, those of the smallest and finest grain are least obedient to the tool. All mean ordinary stones are the harder for being spongy, and that which being sprinkled with water is longest in drying is the most crude. All heavy stones are more solid and easier to polish than light ones, which upon rubbing is much more apt to come off in flakes than such as are heavy. That which upon being struck gives the best sound is closer made than that which sounds dull, and that which upon strong friction smells of sulphur is stronger than that which yields no smell at all. Lastly, that which makes the most resistance against the chisel will be most firm and rigid against the violence of storms. They say that those stones which hold together in the largest scantlings at the mouth of the quarry are firmest against the weather. All stone, too, is softer when it is just dug up than after it has been some time in the air, and when it is wetted or softened with water, is more yielding to the tool than when it is dry. Also such stones as are dug out of the moistest part of the quarry will be the closest when they come to be dry, and it is thought that stones are easier wrought in a south wind than in a north, and are more apt to split in a north wind than in a south. But if you have a mind to make an experiment, how your stone will hold out against time, you may judge from hence. If a piece of it, which you soak in water, increases much of its weight, it will be apt to be rotted by moisture, and that which flies to pieces in fire will bear neither sun nor heat. Neither do I think that we ought to omit here some things worthy memorial, which the ancients relate of some stones. Chapter 9. Some things worthy memorial relating to stones left us by the ancients. It will not be foreign to our purpose to hear what a variety there is in stones, and what admirable qualities some are endued with, that we may be able to apply each to its properest use. In the territory of Bolsena and Stratone, they tell us there is a stone extremely proper for all manner of buildings, which neither fire nor any injuries of weather ever affects, and which preserves the lineaments of statues beyond any other. Tacitus writes that when Nero repaired the city, which lay in ruins by the flames, He made use of the Albanian and Gabinian stone for beams because the fire never hurts that stone. In the territory of the Genoese and Venice, in the Duchy of Spoleto, in the March of Ancona, and near Burgundy, they find a white stone, which is easily cut with a saw and polished, which, if it were not for the weakness and brittleness of its nature, would be used for every body. But anything of frost or wet rots and breaks it, and it is not strong enough to resist the winds from the sea. Istria produces a stone very like marble, but if touched either by flame or vapor, it immediately flies in pieces, which indeed is said to be the case of all stones, especially of flint, both white and black, that they cannot endure fire. In the Campagna di Roma is a stone of the color of black ashes, in which there seems to be coals mixed and interspersed, which is beyond imagination easy to be wrought with iron thoroughly sound, and not weak against fire or weather, but it is dry and thirsty, that it presently drinks and burns up the moisture of the cement, and reduces it perfectly into powder, so that the junctures opening, the work presently decays and falls to ruins. But round stones, and especially those which are found in rivers, are of a nature directly contrary. For being always moist, they never bind with the cement. But what a surprising discovery is! This which has been made, namely that the marble of which in the time of our ancestors' houses were made at Rome underground, a number of small pieces of travertine stone, very porous and spongy, which by the nourishment, if we may so call it, given it by the earth and by time, are grown together into one piece. In the Lac di Piediluco, in that part where the water tumbles down a broken precipice into the river Nera, you may perceive that the upper edge of the bank has grown continually, insomuch that some have believed that this increase and growth of the stone has in length of time closed up the mouth of the valley and turned it into a lake. Below La Basilicata, not far from the river Silaris, on that side where the water flows from long rocks towards the east, there are daily seen to grow huge pieces of hanging stone, of such a magnitude that any one of them would be a load for several carts. This stone, while it is fresh and moist with its natural juices, is very soft, but when it is dry it grows extremely hard, and very good for all manner of uses. I have known the like happen in ancient aqueducts, whose mouths, having contracted a kind of gumminefs, have seemed encrusted all over with stone. There are very remarkable things to be seen at this day in Romania. In the country of Imola is a very steep torrent, which daily throws out, sometimes in one place and sometimes in another, a great number of round stones generated within the bowels of the earth. In the territory of Faenza, on the banks of the river Lamona, there are found a great many stones, naturally long and large, which continually throw out a considerable quantity of salt, which in process of time is thought to grow into stone too. In that of Florence, near the river Clodia, is a piece of ground all strewed over with hard stones, which every 7 years dissolve into clods of earth. Pliny relates that near Siccius and about Caflandra, the clods of earth turn into stone. In Pozzuolo there is a dust which hardens into stone if mixed with seawater. All the way upon the shore from Oropus to Athens, anything that is washed by the sea is petrified. Diodorus writes that in Arabia the clods dug out of the ground have a sweet smell. We are told that they find in Thrace a stone very apt to cleave, called the sarcophagus, in which any dead corpse buried is entirely consumed in less than 40 days, all but the teeth, and which is most surprising, all the habits and everything buried with the body turns into stone. Of a contrary nature to this is the stone called cherites, in which Darius was buried, for that preserves the body entire for a long time. But of this subject enough. Chapter 10. Of the origin of the use of bricks, in what season they ought to be made, and in what shapes their different sorts, and the usefulness of triangular ones, and briefly, of all other works made of baked earth. It is certain the ancients were very fond of using bricks instead of stone. I confess I believe that at first men were put upon making bricks to supply the place of stone in their buildings, through scarcity and want of it, but afterwards, finding how ready they were in working, how well adapted to use and beauty, how strong and durable, they proceeded to make not only ordinary structures, but even palaces of brick. At length, finding out farther use in hardening and strengthening them, they began in most places to bake the bricks they built with. And from my own observations upon the ancient structures, I will be bold to say that there is not a better material for any sort of edifice than brick, not crude and unbaked, provided a right method be used in baking them. But we will reserve the praises of works made of bricks for another place. Our business is to observe here that a certain chalky earth is very much recommended for making them. The reddish also is approved of, and that which is called made sand. That which is absolutely flinty and gravelly is to be avoided, and the stony most of all, because in baking it is subject to warp and crack, and if overbaked will fret away of itself. A very good rule is to make your bricks of earth fresh dug, but to dig it in the autumn and leave it to digest all winter, and to form it into brick early in the spring. For if you make it in winter, it is obvious that the frost will crack and spoil it, and if in the middle of summer, the excessive heat will dry it too fast in drying. But if necessity obliges you to make it in winter, in very cold weather, cover it immediately over with very dry sand, and if in summer with wet straw, for being so kept it will neither crack nor warp. Some are for having their bricks glazed. If so, you must take care not to make use of earth that is either sandy, flinty, or dry, for these will flake and eat away the glazing. But you must make them of a whitish fat clay, and you must not make them too thick, as if they are too thick, they will not bake well. Or if you are obliged to have them thick, you may in a great measure prevent that inconveniency if you make one or more little holes in them about halfway through, whereby the damp and vapor may have proper vents. They will both dry and bake the better. The potters rub their vessels over with chalk, by which means the glazing, when it is melted over it, makes an even surface. The same method may be used in making bricks. I have observed in the works of the ancients that their bricks have a mixture of a certain proportion of sand, and especially of the red sort, and I find they also mix them with red earth, and even with marble. I know by experience that the very same earth will make harder and stronger brick if we take the pains to knead every lump 2 or 3 times over, as if we were making bread, till it grows like wax, and is perfectly clear of the least particle of stone. These, when they are passed, the fire will attain the hardness even of a flint, and whether owing to the care of baking, or the air in drying, will get a sort of a strong crust, as bread does. It will therefore be best to make them thin, that they may have the more crust and the less core, and we shall find that if they are well rubbed and polished, they will defy the fury of the weather. The same is true of stones that are polished, which thereby escape being eaten with rust. And it is thought that bricks should be rubbed and ground, either immediately upon their being taken out of the kiln, before they are wetted, or when they have been wetted, because when once they have been wetted and afterwards dried, they grow so hard that they will turn and break the edge of the tool, but they are easier to grind when they are new and hardly cold. There were 3 sorts of bricks among the ancients. The first was 1.5 feet long and 1 foot broad, the second 15 inches every way, the third 1 foot. We see in some of their buildings, and especially in their arches and majestic works, bricks 2 foot every way. We are told that the ancients did not use the same sort of brick in their public as in their private edifices. I have observed in several of their structures, and particularly in the Appian way, several different sorts of bricks, some bigger, some smaller, so that I suppose they used them indifferently, and put in practice not only what was absolutely necessary for use, but anything that came into their fancy, or which they thought would conduce to the beauty of the work. But not to mention others, I have seen some not longer than 6 inches, and not thicker than 1, nor broader than 3. But these they chiefly used in their pavements, where they were laid edgeways. I am best pleased with their triangular ones, which they made in this manner. They made 1 large brick, a foot square, and 1.5 inches thick. And while it was fresh, they cut it into lines crossways from one angle to the other, which divided it into 4 equal triangles. These bricks had the following advantages. They took up less clay, they were easier to dispose in the kiln and to take out again, they were more convenient for working, because the bricklayer could hold 4 of them in one hand, and with a small stroke divide one from the other, when placed in the wall, with their fronts foremost and their angles inward. They appeared like complete bricks of a foot long. This made the expense less, the work more graceful, and the wall stronger. For as there seemed to be none but entire bricks in the wall, the angles being set like teeth in the rubbish that was laid in the middle, made it extremely strong and durable. After the bricks are moulded, they direct that they should not be put into the kiln till they are perfectly dry, and they say they never are so under 2 years, and they are reckoned to dry better in the shade than in the sun. But of these 2 enough, unless we will add that in all this sort of works, which are called plastic, they reckon excellent among others the earth that is called Samian, the Aretinian, and the Modenese, in Spain the Saguntan, and the Pergamen in Asia. Nor will I consult brevity so much as to omit that whatever I have here said of bricks will hold good of all sorts of tiles for roofs of houses or gutters, and, in a word, of all manner of works made of baked earth. We have treated of stone, let us now proceed to speak of lime. Chapter 11. Of the nature of lime and plaster of Paris, their uses and kinds, wherein they agree and wherein they differ, and of some things not unworthy of memory. Cato the censor condemns lime made of different sorts of stone, and takes that which is made of flint to be good for no manner of work whatsoever. Besides, in making of lime, all stone is extremely improper that is dry and exhausted or rotten, and which in burning has nothing in it for the fire to consume, as all mouldering stone, and the reddish and pale ones, which are found near Rome in the country of the Fidenites and Albanians. The lime commended by the best judges is that which loses 1/3 part of its weight by burning. Besides, stone that is too moist in its nature is apt to vitrify in the fire, so as to be of no use for making of lime. Pliny says that the green or serpentine stone mightily resists the fire, but we know very well that the porphyry will not only not burn itself, but will hinder the other stones that are near it in the kiln from burning too. They also dislike all earthy stone, because it makes the lime foul. But the ancient architects greatly praise the lime made of very hard close stone, especially white, which they say is not improper for any sort of work, and is extremely strong in arches. In the second place, they commend lime made of stone, not indeed hard or rotten, but spongy, which they think for plastering is better and more tractable than any other, and gives the best varnish to the work. And I have observed the architects in France to use no other sort of lime, but what was made of the common stones they found in rivers or torrents, blackish and so very hard that you would take them for flints. And yet it is certain, both in stone and brickwork, it has preserved an extraordinary strength to a very great age. We read in Pliny that lime made of the stone of which they make millstones is excellent for all manner of uses. But I find upon experience that such of them as seem spotted with drops of salt, being too rough and dry, will not do for this use, but that which is not spotted, but is closer, and when it is ground, makes a finer dust, succeeds extremely well. However, let the nature of the stone be what it will, that of the quarry will be much better for making of lime than that which we pick up, and that dug out of a shady, moist quarry better than out of a dry one, and made of white stone more tractable than of black. In France, near the seashore about Venice, for want of stone, they make their lime of oyster and cockle shells. There is, moreover, a kind of lime which we call Plaster of Paris, which too is made of burnt stone, though we are told that in Cyprus and about Thebes this sort of plaster is dug out of the surface of the earth, ready baked by the heat of the sun. But the stone that makes the Plaster of Paris is different from that which makes the lime, for it is very soft and will easily rub to pieces, except one found in Syria, which is very hard. It differs likewise in this, that the Plaster of Paris once requires but 20 hours in burning, and limestone takes 60 hours in burning. I have observed that in Italy there are 4 sorts of Plaster of Paris, 2 of which are transparent, and 2 which are not. Of the transparent, one is like lime of alum, or rather of alabaster, and they called it the scaly sort, because it consists of extreme thin scales, one over the other, like the coats of an onion. The other is scaly too, but is more like a blackish salt than alum. The sorts that are not transparent are both like a very close sort of chalk, but one is pale and whitish, and the other, which paleness has a tincture of red, which last is firmer and closer than the first. Of the last, the reddest is the most tenacious. Of the first, that which is the clearest and whitest is used in stock works for figures and cornices. Near Rimini they find a Plaster of Paris so solid that you would take it for marble or alabaster, which I had had cut with a saw into large thin pieces, extremely convenient for incrustations. That I may omit nothing that is necessary, all Plaster of Paris must be broken and pounded with wooden mallets, till it is reduced to powder, and so kept in heaps in some very dry place, and as soon as ever it is brought out, it must be watered and used immediately. But lime, on the contrary, need not be pounded, but may be soaked in the lumps, and must be plentifully soaked with water a good while before you use it, especially if it is for plastering, to the intent that if there should be any lumps not enough burnt, it may be dissolved and liquefied by long lying in the water, because when it is used too soon, before it is duly soaked, there will be some small unconnected stones in it, which after coming to rot, throw out little pustules, which spoil the neatness of the work. Add hereunto, that you need not give your lime a flood, as I may call it, of water at once, but wet it by little and little, sprinkling it several times over, till it is in all parts thoroughly impregnated with it.
Afterwards it must be kept in some shady place, moderately moist, clear from all mixture, and only covered over with a little sand, till by length of time it is better fermented. And it has been found that lime by this thorough fermentation acquires inconceivable virtue. I have known some found in an old neglected ditch that, as plainly appeared by the strongest conjectures, was left there above 500 years, which when it was discovered was so moist and liquid, and to use the expression, so mature, that it far exceeded, however new and fresh lime, and nothing in nature can be imagined more serviceable for all manner of uses. It requires double the sand, if prepared thus, than if you mix it immediately. In this, therefore, lime and Plaster of Paris do not agree, but in other things they do. Carry your lime, therefore, immediately out of the kiln into a shady, dry place, and water it. For if you keep it either in the kiln itself, or anywhere else in the air, or exposed to the moon or sun, especially in summer, it would soon crumble to powder and be totally useless. But of this sufficient. They advise us not to put our stone into the kiln till we have broken it into pieces not smaller than the clods. For not to mention that they will burn the easier, it has been observed that in the middle of some stones, and especially of round ones, there are sometimes certain concavities in which the air being enclosed often does a great deal of mischief.
For when they come to feel the fire in the kiln, this air is either compressed by the cold retiring inwards, or else when the stone grows hot, it turns to vapour, which makes it swell till it bursts the prison wherein it is confined, and breaks out with a dreadful noise and irresistible force, and blows up the whole kiln. Some in the middle of such stones have seen living creatures of various kinds, and particularly worms with a hairy back, and a great number of feet, which do a great deal of harm to the kiln. And I will here add some things worthy to be recorded, which have been seen in our days, since I do not write only for the use of workmen, but also for all such as are studious of curious inquiries, for which reason I shall not scruple now and then to intermix anything that is delightful, provided it is not absolutely foreign to my purpose. There was brought to Pope Martin Vict a serpent, found by the miners in a quarry in La Romagna, which lived pent up in the hollow of a great stone, without the least crack or hole in it for admission of air. In the same manner toads too have been found, and crabs, but dead. I myself have often been witness to the finding of the leaves of trees in the middle of a very white piece of marble. At the summit of Mount Velino, one of those which divide the county of Abruzzo from Marche, and is higher than any of the rest, is covered over with a white stone, so that the very mountain looks white with it, among which, especially on that side, which looks towards Abruzzo, are a great many broken pieces with figures upon them, exactly like seashells, not bigger than the palm of a man's hand. But what is more extraordinary, in the Veronese, they daily find stones upon the ground marked with the figure of the cinquefoil, with every line and vein drawn so exactly and regularly by the hand of nature that the nicest artist cannot pretend to come up to it. And which is most curious of all, every one of these stones are found with the impression turned downwards and hid by the stone, as if nature had not been at the pains of such fine sculptures to gain the approbation of men, but for her own diversion. But to return to our subject, I shall not spend time here to show how to make the mouth of the kiln and its covering and the inward seat of the fire, and how to give vent to the flame when it grows hot, and to keep it, as it were, within its own confines, so as to direct the whole united strength and power of the fire to the burning of the lime. Nor will I proceed to teach how the fire is to be kindled by little and little, and never let till the flame burns out at the top of the furnace perfectly clear and without the least smoke, until the very uppermost stones are red hot, and that the stone is not burnt enough till the kiln, which had been swelled and cracked by the fire, afterwards settles and closes itself again. It is a surprising thing to observe the nature of this element, for if you take away the fire, the kiln will grow cooler and cooler by degrees at the bottom, while it continues burning hot at top. But as in building, we have occasion not only for lime, but sand, we will now say something about that. Chapter 12, of the 3 different kinds of sands, and of the various materials in building in different places. There are 3 sorts of sand: pit sand, river sand, and sea sand. The best of all these is the pit sand, and this is of several kinds: black, white, red, the carbuncle, and the gritty. But if any should ask what I take sand to be, I might perhaps answer that it is nothing but a composition of small elements, the large ones being all broken to pieces. Though it is Vitruvius's opinion that sand, especially that which in Tuscany they call the carbuncle sort, is a kind of earth burnt by the fire, enclosed by nature within the hills, and made somewhat harder than earth unburnt, but softer than any stone. Of all these they most commend the carbuncle sort. I have observed that in the public buildings in Rome they use the red as none of the worst. Of all the pit sand, the white is the worst. The gritty is of use in filling up of foundations, but among the best, they give the second place to the finest of the gritty, and especially to the sharp angular sort, without the least mixture of earth in it, as that which they find in the territory of the Volscians. Next to this, they esteem the river sand, which is dug after the uppermost layer is taken off of the torrent, especially of such torrents as run between hills, where the water has the greatest descent. In the last place comes the sea sand, and of this sort the blackest and most glazed is not wholly to be despised. In the country near Salerno they esteem their sea sand not inferior to pit sand, but they say it is not to be dug in all parts of the shore alike, for they find it worst of all where it is exposed to the south wind, but it is not bad in those places which look to the southwest. But of sea sands, it is certain the best is that which lies in finer rocks, and is free of the coarsest grain. There is a great deal of difference in sands, for that of the sea is very low in drying, and is continually moist and apt to dissolve, by reason of its salt, and is therefore very improper and unfaithful in supporting of great weights. That of the river, too, is somewhat moister than the pit sand, and yet more tractable and easier for plastering work. The pit sand, by reason of its dryness, is most tenacious, but is apt to crack, for which reason they use it in hot works, but not in plastering. But of that sort, that is always best, which being rubbed in the hand creaks the most, and has the sharpest edge, without any mixture of earth or soil, and leaves the least earth behind. All sand, that is of the worst, which being heavy instead of sharp, and which in smell and colour resembles red earth, and being mixed with water makes it foul and muddy, and if left abroad in the air presently brings forth grass. Neither will that be good, which after it is dug is left for any time exposed to the sun or moon or to frost, because it turns in a manner to earth, and makes it very apt to rot, or when it is inclined to bring forth shrubs or wild figs, it is extremely bad for cementing of walls. We have now treated of timber, stone, lime, and sand, such as are approved of by the ancients. But in all places these things are not to be found, with all the qualifications which we require. Tully says that Asia, by means of its abundance of marble, always flourished in fine buildings and statues, but marble is not to be got everywhere. In some places there is either no stone at all, or what there is good for no manner of use. In all the southern parts of Italy, they say there is no want of sandpits, but on the other side of the Apennine there are none. Pliny says the Babylonians made use of slime, and the Carthaginians of mud. In some places, not having any sort of stone, they build with hurdles and potter's earth. Herodotus tells us that the Budini make all their structures, as well public as private, of nothing but wood, even to the walls of their city and the statues of their gods. Mella says that the Nervi have no wood at all, and that for want of it they are obliged to make their fires of bones. In Egypt, their fuel is the dung of their cattle. For this reason, the habitations of men are different, according to the different conveniences of the country. Among the Egyptians there are royal palaces built of rushes, and in India of the ribs of whales. In Kara, a town in Arabia, they build with lumps of salt, but of these elsewhere. So that, as we have already observed, there is not the same plenty of stone, sand, and the like everywhere, but in different places there are different accommodations and conveniences. Therefore we are to make use of such as offer themselves, and of those who reside in the first place, make it our business, always to select and provide the best and properest, and secondly, in building with them, to handle carefully all to each its proper place and situation.
Chapter 13. Whether the observation of times and seasons is of any use in beginning a building, what season is most convenient, as also with what auguries or prayers we ought to set out upon our work. Having got ready the materials before spoken of, it remains now that we proceed to treat of the work itself. For as to the providing of iron, brass, lead, glass, and the like, it requires no care, but merely the buying and having them in readiness, that your building may not stand still for them. Though we shall in due time lay down some instructions about the choice and distribution of them,
which is of consequence to the completing and adorning the work. And we shall take and consider the structure from the foundation in the same manner as if we were actually building the work ourselves. But here I must again admonish you to consider the times, both with relation to the public and to yourself and family, whether the times be troublesome or peaceable, prosperous or calamitous, lest we expose ourselves to envy if we give it over. We should also have a particular regard to the season of the year, for we see that buildings begun and prosecuted in winter, especially in a cold climate, are taken with the frost, or in summer, in a hot climate, dried up with the heat before ever they have fastened. For this reason, it was that Frontinus, the architect, advised us never to undertake such a work, but in a proper season of the year, which is from the beginning of April to the beginning of November, resting, however, in the greatest heat of summer. But I am for hastening or delaying the work just according to the difference of the climate and of the weather. And therefore, if you are prepared with all the things before recited, and your convenience suits, you have nothing to do but to mark out the area of your structure in the ground, with all its lines, angles, and dimensions. But there are some who tell us that in building we should observe and wait for happy auspices, and that it is of the utmost importance from what particular point of time the structure is to date its being. They relate that Lucius Tarutius found out the exact nativity of Rome only by the observation of the turns in its fortune. The wisest men among the ancients had such an opinion of the consequence of the moment of the beginning of a thing might have as to its future success, that Julius Firmicus Maternus tells us of some mathematicians that pretended to have discovered the very instant when the world had its beginning, and that wrote very accurately about it. For Aesculapius and Anubius and Petasiris and Nesepsos, who only wrote from them, say that it began just at the rising of the crab, when the moon was 14 days old, the sun being in Leo, Saturn in Capricorn, Jupiter in Sagittarius, Mars in Scorpio, Venus in Libra, and Mercury in Virgo. And indeed, if we rightly consider them, the times may have a great influence in things. For how is it else that in the shortest day of the year, the pennyroyal, though quite dry, sprouts and flourishes, bladders that are blown up burst, the leaves of willows and the kernels of apples turn and change sides, and that the small fibres of a shellfish correspond, increase and decrease, with the increase and decrease of the moon? I must confess, though I have not so much faith in the professors of this science and the observers of times and seasons, as to believe their art can influence the fortune of any thing, yet I think they are not to be despised when they argue for the happiness or adversity of such stated times as these from the disposition of the heavens. But let this be as it will, the following their instructions may be of great service if true, and can do little harm if false. I might here add some ridiculous circumstances which the ancients observed in the beginning of their undertakings, but I would not have them interpreted in a wrong sense, and indeed they deserve only to be laughed at who would perjure what is to be done under proper auspices. The ancients were so governed by these superstitions that in making out the lists of their armies observed, they took great care that the first soldier had not an unlucky name, which was a rule they also observed in the ceremony of purifying their soldiers and their colonies, wherein the person that was to lead the beast to the sacrifice must have a fortunate name, and the censors, in framing out the public revenues and estates, always began with the Lake Lucrinus because of the lucrativeness of its name. So likewise, being terrified with the dismal name of Epidamnus, that such as went thither might not be said to be gone a damnable voyage, they changed its name into Dyrrachium. So likewise they termed Beneventum, which before was called Maleventum. Neither, on the other hand, can I forbear laughing at their conceit, that in beginning undertakings of this sort, it was good to repeat certain favourable words and charms.
And there are some that affirm that men's words are so powerful that they are obeyed even by beasts and things inanimate. I omit Cato's fancy that oxen, when fatigued, may be refreshed by certain words. They tell us, too, that they used with certain prayers and forms of words to entreat and beseech their Mother Earth to give nourishment to foreign trees, and such as she was not accustomed to bear, and that the trees also were to be humbly prayed to suffer themselves to be removed, and to thrive in another ground. And since we are got into this foolish strain of recording the follies of other men, I will also mention for diversion's sake what they tell us, that the words of mankind are of such effect that turnips will grow incredibly if when we sow them we at the same time pray them to be gracious and lucky to us, our families, and our neighborhood. But if these be so, I can't imagine why the basilico root should, as they say, grow the faster for being cursed and abused when it is sown. But let us leave this idle subject. It is undoubtedly proper, omitting all these uncertain superstitions, to set about our work with a holy and religious preparation. Ab Jove principium musae, Jovis omnia plena. We ought therefore to begin our undertaking with a clean heart, and with devout oblations, and with prayers to Almighty God to implore his assistance, and blessing upon the beginnings of our labors, that it may have a happy and prosperous ending, with strength and happiness to it and its inhabitants, with content of mind, increase of fortune, success of industry, acquisition of glory, and a succession and continuance of all good things. So much for our preparation. The end of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 1 of the Work, wherein lies the business of the work, the different parts of the wall, and what they require. That the foundation is no part of the wall, what soil makes the best foundation. The whole business of the working part of building is this: by a regular and artful conjunction of different things, whether square stone, or uneven scantlings, or timber, or any other strong material, to form them as well as possible into a solid, regular, and consistent structure. We call it regular and consistent when the parts are not incongruous and disjointed, but are disposed in their proper places, and are answerable one to the other, and conformable to a right ordinance of lines. We are therefore to consider what are the principal essential parts in the wall, and what are only the lines and disposition of those parts. Nor are the parts of the wall anything difficult to find out. For the top, the bottom, the right side, the left, the remote parts, the near, the middle, are obvious of themselves, but the particular nature of each of these, and wherein they differ, is not so easily known. For the raising a building is not, as the ignorant imagine, merely laying stone upon stone or brick upon brick. But as there is a great diversity of parts, so there requires a great diversity of materials and contrivance. For one thing is proper in the foundation, another in the naked wall and in the cornice, another for the coins, and for the lips of the apertures, one for the outward face of the wall, another for the cramming and filling up the middle parts. Our business here is to show what is requisite in each of these. In doing this, therefore, we shall begin at the foundation, intimating, as we said before, those that are actually going to raise the structure. The foundation, if I mistake not, is not properly a part of the wall, but the place and seat on which the wall is reared. For if we can find a seat perfectly firm and solid, consisting perhaps of nothing but stone, what foundation are we obliged to make? None, certainly, but to begin immediately from thence to erect our wall. At Siena, there are huge towers raised immediately from the naked earth, because the hill is lined with a solid rock. Making a foundation, that is to say, digging up the ground and making a trench, is necessary in those places where you cannot find firm ground without digging, which indeed is the case almost everywhere, as will appear hereafter. The marks of a good soil for a foundation are these: if it does not produce any kind of herb,
that usually grows in moist places, if it bears either no tree at all, or only such as delight in a very hard, close earth, if everything round about is extremely dry, and as it were quite parched up, if the place is stony, not with small round pebbles, but large sharp stones, and especially flints, if there are no springs nor veins of water running under it, because the nature of all streams is either to be perpetually carrying away, or bringing something along with them, and therefore it is that in all flat grounds, lying near any river, you can never meet with any firm soil till you go below the level of the channel. Before you begin to dig your foundations, you should once again carefully review and consider all the lines and angles of your platform, what dimensions they are to be of, and how they are to be disposed. In making these angles, we must use a square rule, not of a small, but of a very large size, that our first lines may be the truer. The ancients made their square rule of 3 straight ones joined together in a triangle, whereof one was of 3 cubits, the other of 4, and the third of 5. The ignorant do not know how to make these angles till they have first cleared away everything that encumbers the area, and have it all perfectly open, almost level before them, for which reason, laying furiously hold of their tools, they fall like so many ravagers to demolishing and leveling everything before them, which would become them much better in the country of an enemy. But the error of these men ought to be corrected, for a change of fortune, or the adversity of the times, or some unforeseen accident or necessity may possibly oblige you to lay aside the thoughts of the undertaking you have begun. And it is certainly very unseemly, in the meanwhile, to have no regard to the labors of your ancestors, or to the conveniences which your fellow citizens find in these paternal habitations, which they have been long accustomed to. And as for pulling down and demolishing, that is in your power at any time. I am therefore for preserving the old structures untouched, till such time as it is absolutely necessary to remove them, to make way for the new. Chapter 2, that the foundation chiefly is to be marked out with lines, and by what tokens we may know the goodness of the ground. In marking out your foundations, you are to remember that the first groundwork of your wall and the sockles, which are called foundations too, must be a determinate proportion broader than the wall that is to be erected upon it, in imitation of those who walk over the snow in the Alps of Tuscany, who wear upon their feet hurdles made of twigs and small ropes, plaited together for that very purpose, the broadness of which keeps them from sinking in the snow. How to dispose the angles is not easy to teach clearly with words alone, because the method of drawing them is borrowed from the mathematics, and stands in need of the example of lines, a thing foreign to our design here, and which we have treated of in another place in our mathematical commentaries. However, I will endeavor, as far as is necessary here, to speak of them in such a manner that if you have any share of ingenuity, you may easily comprehend many things, by means of which you may afterwards make yourself master of all the rest. Whatever may chance to seem more obscure, if you have a mind to understand it thoroughly, you may apply to those commentaries. My method, then, in describing the foundations, is to draw some lines, which I call radical ones, in this manner. From the middle of the forefront of the work, I draw a line quite through to the back front. In the middle of this line I fix a nail in the ground, from which I raise and let fall perpendiculars according to the method of the geometers, and to these 2 lines I reduce everything that I have occasion to measure, which succeeds perfectly well in all respects. For the parallel lines are obvious. You see exactly where to make your angles correspondent, and to dispose every part consistently and agreeably with the others. But if it so happens that any old buildings obstruct your sight from discovering and fixing upon the exact seat of every angle, your business then is to draw lines at equal distances in those places which are clear and free. Then, having marked the point of intersection by the assistance of the diameter and gnomon, and by drawing other lines at equal distances fitted to the square, we may completely effect our purpose. and it will be of no small convenience to terminate the ray of sight, with a line in those places which lie higher than the rest, whence letting fall a perpendicular, we may find the right direction and proportion of our lines. Having marked out the lines and angles of our trenches, we ought to have, if possible, as sharp and clear a sight as a certain Spaniard in our days was fabulously said to have, who, they tell us, could see the lowest veins of water that run underground as plainly as if they were above ground. So many things happen under the surface of earth, which we know nothing of, as makes it unsafe to trust the weight and expense of a building to it. And certainly, as in all the rest of the structure, so especially in the foundations, we ought to neglect no precaution which becomes an accurate and diligent workman. For a single error in any other part does less mischief, and is more easily remedied or better borne than in the foundation, in which a mistake is inexcusable. But the ancients used to say, dig on, and good fortune attend you till you find a solid bottom. For the earth has several strata, and those of different natures, some sandy, others gravelly, some stony, and the like, under which, at certain depths, is a hard, firm bank, fit to support the heaviest structure. This also is various, and hardly like anything of its own kind in any particular. In some places it is excessively hard and scarce penetrable with iron, in others fatter and softer, in some places blacker, in others whiter, which last is reckoned the weakest of all, in some places chalky, in others stony, in others a kind of potter's clay mixed with gravel, of all which no other certain judgment can be made, but that the best is reckoned to be that which is hardest to the pickaxe, and which when wetted does not dissolve. And for this reason none is thought firmer and stronger or more durable than that which serves as a bottom to any springs of water in the bowels of the earth. But it is my opinion that the best way is to take counsel with discreet and experienced men of the country, and with the neighboring architects, who both from the example of old structures and from their daily practice in actual building must be the best judges of the nature of the soil and what weight it is able to bear. There are also methods of proving the firmness of the soil. If you roll any great weight along the ground, or let it fall down from any height, and it does not make the earth shake, nor stir the water if there on purpose in a basin, you may safely promise yourself a good, sound foundation in that place. But in some countries there is no solid bottom to be found anywhere, as near the Adriatic and about Venice, where generally there is nothing to be met with but a loose, soft mud. Chapter 3. That the nature of places is various, and therefore we ought not to trust any place too hastily till we have first dug wells or reservoirs, but that in marshy places we must make our foundation with piles burnt at the ends, and driven in with their heads downward with light beetles and many repeated blows, till they are driven quite into the head. You must therefore use different methods for your foundations, according to the diversity of places, whereof some are lofty, some low, others between both, as the sides of hills. Some again are parched and dry, as generally the summits and ridges of mountains, others damp and marshy, as are those which lie near seas or lakes, or in bottoms between hills. Others are so situated as to be neither always dry nor always wet, which is the nature of rocky ascents, where the water does not lie and soak, but runs gently off. We must never trust too hastily to any ground, though it does resist the pickaxe, for the consequence of which might be the ruin of the whole work. I have seen a tower at Melfri, a place belonging to the Venetians, which in a few years after it was built, made its way through the ground it stood upon, which, as the fact evinced, was a loose, weak soil, and buried itself in earth up to the very battlements. For this reason they are very much to be blamed, who, not being provided by nature with a soil fit to support the weight of an edifice, and lighting upon the ruins or remains of some old structure, do not take the pains to examine the goodness of its foundation, but inconsiderately raise great piles of building upon it, and out of the avarice of saving a little expense, throw away all the money they lay out in the work. It is therefore excellent advice, the first thing you do, to dig wells for several reasons, and especially in order to get acquainted with the strata of the earth, whether found enough to bear the superstructure or likely to give way. Add likewise that the water you find in them and the stuff you dig out will be of great service to you in several parts of your work, and moreover, that the opening such vents will be a great security to the firmness of the building and prevent its being injured by subterraneous exhalations. Having, therefore, either by digging a well or a cistern or a shore or any other hole of that nature, made yourself thoroughly acquainted with the veins or layers of the earth, you are to make choice of that which you may most safely trust with your superstructure. In eminences, or wherever else the water is running down washes away the ground, the deeper you make your trench, the better. And that the hills are actually eaten and washed away and wasted more and more daily by continual rains is evident from the caverns and rocks which every day grow more visible, whereas at first they were so covered with earth that we could hardly perceive them. Mount Morello, which is near Florence, in the days of our fathers was all over covered with firs, and now it is quite wild and naked, occasioned, as I suppose, by the washing of the rain in situations upon slopes. Columella directs us to begin our foundations at the lowest part of the slope first, which is certainly very right, for besides that whatever you lay there will always stand firm and unmovable in its place, it will also serve as a prop or buttress to whatever you add to the upper parts, if you afterwards think fit to enlarge your structure. You will also thereby discover and provide against those defects which sometimes happen in such trenches by the cracking or falling in of the earth. In marshy grounds, you should make your trench very wide and fortify both sides of it with stakes, hurdles, planks, seaweeds, and clay, so strongly that no water may get in. Then you must draw off every drop of water that happens to be left within your framework and dig out the sand and clear away the mud from the bottom till you have firm, dry ground to set your foot upon. The same you are to do in sandy ground as far as necessity requires. Moreover, the bottom of the trench must be laid exactly level, not sloping on either side, that the materials laid upon it may be equally balanced. There is a natural instinct in all heavy bodies to lean and press upon the lowest parts. There are other things which they direct us to do in marshy situations, but they belong rather to the walling than to the foundations. They order us to drive into the ground a great number of stakes and piles burnt at the end, and set with their heads downwards, so as to have a surface of twice the breadth that we intend for our wall, that these piles should never be less in length than the 1/8 part of the height of the wall to be built upon them, and for their thickness it should be the 12th part of their length, and no less. Lastly, they should be driven so close that there is not room for one more. The instrument we use for driving in these piles, whatever sort it is of, should do its business by a great many repeated strokes, for when it is too heavy, coming down with an immense and intolerable force, it breaks and splits the timber, but the continual repetition of gentle strokes wears and overcomes the greatest hardness and obliquity of the ground. You have an instance of this when you go to drive a small nail into a hard piece of timber. If you use a great heavy hammer, it won't do, but if you work with a manageable light one, it penetrates immediately. What has been said may suffice with relation to our trench, unless we would add that sometimes, either to save money or to avoid an intermediate piece of rotten ground, it may not be amiss to make a foundation not continued entire all the way, but with intervals left between, as if we were only making columns or pilasters, then turning arches from one pilaster to the other, to lay over them the rest of the wall. In these we are to observe the same directions as we gave before, but the greater weight you are to raise upon them, the larger and stronger pilasters and bases you must make, but of these enough. Chapter 4. Of the nature, forms, and qualities of stones, and of the tempering of mortar. We now come to begin our wall, but as the workman's art and manner of building depends partly upon the nature, form, and quality of his stone, and partly upon the tempering of his mortar, we are therefore first to treat briefly of these. Of stones, some are living, juicy, and strong, such as flint, marble, and the like, which by nature are heavy and sonorous. Others are exhausted, light and dead sounding, as are all stones that are soft and sandy. Again, some have even superficies, straight lines, and equal angles, which are called squared stones. Others have uneven superficies of various lines, and unequal angles, which we call rough. Of stones also, some are big and unwieldy, so that a man's hand cannot manage them at pleasure, without the assistance of sleds, levers, rollers, pulleys, or the like engines. Others small, so as you may raise and manage them with one single hand, just as you please. The third sort is between both, of a moderate size and weight, which are called sizable. All stone should be entire, not muddy, and well washed. You may know whether it is entire or cracked by the sound it gives when you strike upon it. You can wash them nowhere better than in a river, and it is certain that the middling sizable sort are not soaked enough under 9 days, and the large ones under more. That which has been once cemented with mortar will not cement well again a second time. So much may suffice as to stone. As for lime, they condemn that which, when it comes from the kiln, is not in entire lumps, but in broken pieces, and as it were in powder, and they say it will never prove serviceable. They commend that which purges and grows white in the fire, and which is light and sonorous, and when you water it bursts, and throws out a strong, thick smoke high into the air. The former, being weak, must of course require less sand, but this latter, being strong, requires more. Cato directs that to every 2 foot of work we should allow 1 bushel of lime and 2 of sand. Others prescribe different proportions. Vitruvius and Pliny agree to give to each bushel of lime 3 of pit sand, or 2 of river or sea sand. Lastly, when the quality and nature of your stone requires your mortar to be more liquid or tractable, which we shall speak of more clearly below, your sand must be sifted through a sieve, but when it is to be stiffer, then mix it with half gravel and broken fragments of stone. All agree that if you mix it with 1/3 of broken tile or brick pounded, it will be much more tenacious. However, mix it as you will, you must stir it about often till the smallest pieces are incorporated, and some, for this purpose, add that it may be well mingled together, stir it about and beat it a great while in a mortar. But we shall say no more here of the cement than this much, that lime takes better hold with stone of its own kind, and especially out of the same quarry, than with a stranger. Chapter 5, of the lower courses or foundations, according to the precepts and example of the ancients. For making the lower courses, that is to say, raising the foundations up to the level of the ground, I do not find any precepts among the ancients, except this one, that all stones which after being in the air 2 years discover any defect must be banished into the foundation. For as in an army, the sluggish and weak who cannot endure the sun and dust are sent home with marks of infamy, so the soft enervated stones ought to be rejected and left to an inglorious repose in their primitive obscurity. Indeed, I find by historians that the ancients took as much care of the strength and soundness of their foundation in all its parts as of any other part of the wall. Alpheus, the son of Nicerius, king of Egypt, the author of the law, that whoever was sued for debt should give the corpse of his father in pawn, when he built a pyramid of bricks to make his foundations, drove piles into the marsh, and laid his bricks upon them. And we are informed that Ctesiphon, the excellent architect that built the famous temple of Diana at Ephesus, having made choice of a level piece of ground thoroughly drained and likely to be free from earthquakes, that he might not lay the foundations of such a huge pile in so loose and unfaithful a soil without due precautions, first made a bottom of coals pounded to dust, then drove in piles with fleeces and coals wedged in between pile and pile, and over these a course of stone with very long junctures. We find that about Jerusalem, in the foundations of their public works, they sometimes used stones 30 feet long and not less than 15 high. But I have observed that in other places the ancients, who were wonderfully expert in managing of large works, followed different rules and methods in filling up the foundations. In the sepulchre of the Antoni, they filled them up with little pieces of very hard stone, each not bigger than a handful, and which they perfectly drowned in mortar. In the Forum Argentarium, with fragments of all sorts of broken stones, in the Comitia, with bits of the very worst sort of soft stuff. But I am mightily pleased with those who in the Tarpeia imitated nature in a contrivance particularly well adapted to hills. For as she, in the formation of mountains, mixes the softest materials with the hardest stone, so these workmen first laid a course of squared stone, as strong as they could get, to the height of 2 feet. Over these they made a kind of plaster of mortar, and broken fragments, then another course of stone, and with another of plaster they finished their foundation. I have known other instances where the ancients have made much the same sort of foundations and structures too, of coarse pit gravel and common stone that they have picked up by chance, which have lasted many ages. Upon pulling down a very high and strong tower at Bologna, they discovered that the foundations were filled with nothing but round stones and chalk, to the height of 9 feet. The other parts were built with mortar. We find, therefore, that very different methods have been used, and which to approve most I confess myself at a loss. All of them have so long endured firm and sound, so that I think we ought to choose that which is least expensive, provided we do not throw in all manner of old rubbish and anything apt to moulder. There are also other sorts of foundations. One belongs to porticos, and all other places where rows of columns are to be set. The other to maritime places, where we cannot pick and choose the goodness of our bottom as we could wish. Of the maritime we will consider when we come to treat of making of ports and running moles out into the sea, because these do not relate to the general work of all manner of buildings, which is the subject of our discourse here, but only to one particular part of the city, which we shall treat of together with other things of like nature, when we give an account of all public works, member by member. In laying foundations under rows of columns, there is no occasion to draw an even continued line of work all the way without interruption, but only first to strengthen the places you intend for the seats or beds of your columns, and then from one to the other draw arches with their backs downwards, so that the plane or level of the area will be the chord of those arches, as you may see by the plate of the page 41. Let be, for standing thus, they will be less apt to force their way into the earth in any one place, the weight being counterposed and thrown equally on both sides on the props of the arches, and how apt columns are to drive into the ground by means of the great pressure of the weight laid upon them, is manifest from that corner of the noble temple of Vespasian that stands to the northwest. For being desirous to leave the public way, which was interrupted by that angle, a free and open passage underneath, they broke the area of their platform and turned an arch against the wall, leaving that corner as a sort of plaster on the other side of the passage, and fortifying it as well as possible with stout work and with the assistance of a buttress. Yet this at last, by the vast weight of so great a building, and the giving way of the earth, became ruinous. But let this suffice upon this head. Chapter 6. That there ought to be vents left open in thick walls from the bottom to the top. The difference between the wall and the foundation. The principal parts of the wall. The 3 methods of walling, the materials and form of the first course or layer. The foundations being laid, we come next to the wall, but I will not omit here a precaution which belongs as well to the completing of the foundation as to the structure of the wall. In large buildings, where the wall is to be very thick, we ought to leave vents and tunnels in the body of the wall, at moderate distances one from the other, from the foundation quite to the top, through which any vapour or damp that may happen to engender or gather underground may have free passage without damaging the work. The ancients in some of these vents were used to make winding stairs, as well for the sake of the beauty of the contrivance itself, as for the convenience of passing up to the top of the edifice, and perhaps too for the saving of some expense. But to return to our subject, between the foundation and the naked wall, there is this difference, that the former, having the support of the sides of the trench, may be made of nothing but rubbish, whereas the latter consists of variety of parts, as we shall hereafter show. The principal parts of the wall are these. First, the bottom part, which begins immediately from the level of the foundations. This we call the first course, laid upon the level, or the course rising from the ground. The middle parts, which girth and surround the wall, we shall call the second course, the highest parts. Lastly, that is to say, those which support the top roof, we call cornices. Some of the principal parts, or rather the principal parts of all, are the corners of the wall, and the pilasters or columns or anything else in their stead, set in the wall to support the beams and arches of the covering, all which are comprised under the name of bones or ribs. Likewise, the jambs on each side of all openings partake of the nature both of corners and of columns. Moreover, the coverings of openings, that is to say, the lintels or transoms, whether straight or arched, are also reckoned among the bones. And indeed, I take an arch to be nothing more than a beam bent, and the beam or transom to be only a column laid crossways. Those parts which interfere or lie between these principal parts are very properly called fillers up. There are some things throughout the whole wall which agree each with some one of the parts we have here spoken of. That is to say, the filling up or cramming of the middle of the wall, and the two barks or shells of each side, whereof that without is to bear the sun and weather, and that within is to give shade and shelter to the inside of the platform. The rules for these shells and for their stuffing are various, according to the variety of structures. The different sorts of structures are these: the ordinary sort, the checker sort, and the irregular. And here it may not be amiss to take notice of what Varro says, that the Tuscans used to build their country houses of stone, but the Gauls of baked brick, the Sabines of brick unbaked, the Spaniards of mud and little baked earth. But of these we shall speak elsewhere. The ordinary sort of structure is that in which squared stones, either the middling or rather the large sort, are placed with their fronts exactly answering to the square level and plumb line, which is the strongest and most lasting way of all. The checkered way is when squared stones, either the middle-sized or rather very small ones, are placed on their sides but on their corners, and lie with their fronts answering to the square and plumb line. The irregular way is where ordinary rough stones are placed with their sides answering, as well as the inequality of their forms will permit, one to the other. And this is the method used in the pavement of the public ways. But these methods must be used differently in different places. For in the bases or first course above the ground, we must make our shell of nothing but very large and very hard square stones. For as we ought to make the whole wall as firm and entire as possible, so there is no part of it that requires more strength and soundness than this, insomuch that if it were possible for you to make it all of one single stone, you should do it, or at least make it so that a number of stones may seem united into one for the firmness and durableness of one single stone. How these stones are to be moved and managed, belonging properly to the article of ornaments, we shall consider of it in another place. Raise your wall, says Cato, of hard stone and good mortar, to at least a foot high above the ground, and it matters not if you build the rest even of brick unbaked. His reason for this admonition is plainly because the rainwater falling from the roof might not rot this part of the wall. But when we examine the works of the ancients, and find that not only in our own country the lower parts of all good buildings are composed of the hardest stone,
but that even among those nations which are under no apprehensions from rain, as in Egypt, they used to make the bases of their pyramids of a black stone of an extreme hardness, we are obliged to look more nearly into this matter. We should therefore consider that, as iron, brass, and the like hard metals, if bent several times first this way and then that, will at last crack and break, so other bodies, if wearied with a repeated change of injuries, will spoil and corrupt inconceivably, which is what I have observed in bridges, especially of wood. Those parts of them which stand all the changes of weather, sometimes burnt with the rays of the sun and sharp blasts of wind, at other times soaked with night dews or rains, very soon decay and are quite eaten away by the worms. The same holds good of those parts of the wall which are near to the ground, which by the alternate injuries of dust and wet are very apt to moulder and rot. I therefore lay it down as an indispensable rule that all the first course of work from the level should be composed of the hardest, soundest, and largest stone, to secure it against the frequent afflictions of contrary injuries. Which stone is hardest and best, we have shown sufficiently in the second book. Chapter 7. Of the generation of stones, how they are to be disposed and joined together, as also which are the strongest and which the weakest. It is certainly of very great consequence in what manner we dispose and join our stone in the work, either in this or any other part, for as in wood, so also in stone, there are veins and knots, and other parts, of which some are weaker than others, insomuch that marble itself will warp and split. There is in stones a kind of impostumes, or collections of putrid matter, which in time swell and grow by means, as I suppose, of the humidity of the air, which they suck in and imbibe, which breeds larger pustules, and eats away the building. For besides what we have already said of stones in their proper place, it is necessary to consider here that they are created by nature, lying flat as we see them in the ground, of a liquid and flexible substance, which, as we are told, when it is afterwards hardened and grown, reserves in the mass the original figure of its parts. Hence it proceeds that the lower part of stones is of a more solid and weighty consistence than the upper, and that they interrupted with veins, just according as their substances happen to unite and conglomerate, that matter which is found within the veins, whether it be the scum of the first congealed substance mixed with the dregs of the adventitious matter, or whatever else it be, as it is plainly of so different a consistence that nature will not permit it to unite with the rest, it is no wonder that it is the part in stone which is apt to crack. And indeed, as experience teaches us, the devastations of time too evidently demonstrate, without searching into causes more remote, that all vegetative and compound bodies consume and decay. So in stones, the parts exposed to the weather are soonest rotted. This being the case, we are advised in placing our stones to set those parts of it which are the strongest and least apt to putrefy against the violence of the alternate injuries of the weather, especially in those parts of the building where most strength is required. For this reason, we should not set the veins upright, lest the weather should make the stone crack and swell, but they should be laid flat downwards, that the pressure of the incumbent weight may hinder them from opening. The side which in the quarry lay most hid should be placed against the air, because it is always the strongest and most solid part. But of all stones, none will prove so hardy as that which has its veins not running in parallel lines with those of the quarry, but crossways and directly transverse. Moreover, the corners throughout the whole building, as they require the greatest degree of strength, ought to be particularly well fortified. And if I mistake not, each corner is in effect the half of the whole structure. For if one of them happens to fail,
it occasions the ruin of both the sides to which it answers. And if you will take the pains to examine, I dare say you will find that hardly any building ever begins to decay but by the fault of one of its corners. It therefore showed great discretion in the ancients to make their corners much thicker than the rest of the wall, and in porticos of columns to strengthen their angles in a particular manner. This strength in the corners is not required upon account of its supporting the covering, for that is rather the business of the columns, but only to keep the wall up to its duty and hinder it from leaning any way from its perpendicular. Let the corners therefore be of the hardest and longest stones, which may embrace both sides of the wall, as it were, like arms, and let them be full as broad as the wall, that there may be no need to stuff the middle with rubbish. It is also necessary that the ribs in the wall and the jambs or sides of the apertures should be fortified like the corners, and made strong in proportion to the weight they are designed to support. And above all, we should leave bits, that is to say, stones left every other jutting out at the ends of the wall, like teeth, to fasten and connect the other front of the wall, to fasten and catch into. Chapter 8. Of the parts of the finishing, of the shells, the stuffing, and their different sorts. The parts of the finishing are those which, as we said before, are common to the whole wall. That is, the shell and the stuffing, but there are two shells, one outward and the other inward. If you make the outward of the hardest stone you can get, the building will be the more durable. And indeed, in all sorts of finishing, let it be of what kind of work you will, either checkered or of rough stones, it is indifferent, provided you set against the continual mischievous violence, either of sun or wind, or of fire or frost, such stones as are in their nature best fitted for resisting either force, weight, or injuries, and we should take care to let our materials be particularly sound wherever the rain in its fall from the roof or gutters is driven by the wind against the wall, since we often find in old buildings that such sprinklings will rot and eat into marble itself. Though all prudent architects, to provide against this mischief, have taken care to bring all the water on the roof together into gutters and pipes, and so carry it clear away. Moreover, the ancients observed that in autumn the leaves of trees always begin to fall to the south side first, and in buildings ruined by time, I have taken notice that they always began to decay first towards the south. The reason of this may perhaps be that the heat and force of the sun lying upon the work while it was still in hand might exhaust the strength of the cement, and the stone itself being frequently moistened by the south wind, and then again dried and burnt by the rays of the sun, rots and moulders. Against these and the like injuries, therefore, we should oppose our best and stoutest materials. What I think, too, is principally to be observed is to let every row or course of stone throughout the wall be equal and equal proportioned, not patched up of great stones on the right hand and little ones on the left, because we are told that the wall, by the addition of any new weight, is frequently forced together, and the mortar in many parts hindered by this pressure from taking due hold, which must, of course, make cracks and breaches in the work. But you may more safely allowed to make the inward shell of lighter and weaker stone. But whatever shell you make, whether inward or outward, it must be always perpendicular, and its line exactly even. Its line must always answer justly to the line of the platform, so as not in any part to swell out or sink in, or to be wavy, or not exactly even, and perfectly well compacted and finished. If you rough cast your wall as you build it, or while it is fresh, whatever plastering or whitening you do it over with afterwards will last, in a manner, forever. There are two sorts of stuffing. The one is that with which we fill the hollow that is left between the two shells, consisting of mortar and broken fragments of stone thrown in together without any order. The other consisting of ordinary rough stone, with which we may be said rather to wall than only to fill up. Both plainly appear to have been invented by good husbandry,
because any small, coarse stuff is used in this kind of work. But if there was plenty of large square stone easily to be had, who, I wonder, would choose to make use of small fragments? And indeed, herein alone, the ribs of the wall differ from what we call the finishing, that between the two shells of this latter we stuff in coarse rubbish or broken pieces that come to hand, whereas in the former we admit very few or no unequal stones, but make those parts of the wall quite through, of what we have called the ordinary sort of work. If I were to choose, I would have the wall throughout made of nothing but regular courses of squared stone, that it might be as lasting as possible. But whatever hollow you leave between the shells to be filled up with rubbish, you should take care to let the courses of each side be as even as possible, and it will be proper besides to lay a good many large stones at convenient distances that may go quite through the wall to both shells, in order to bind and gird them together, that the rubbish you stuff them with may not burst them out. The ancients made it a rule in stuffing their walls not to continue the stuffing uninterrupted to the height of above 5 foot, and then they laid over it a course of whole stones. This fastened and bound the wall, as it were, with nerves and ligaments, so that if any part of the stuffing, either through the fault of the workman or by accident, happened to sink, it could not pull everything else along with it, but the weight above held in a manner everything down, and united the accession of its weight. It is almost incredible what huge weights of stone, and what vast piles I have known moved and opened by the fingers of one plant. You must take care, therefore, to let your whole structure be girt and filled completely.
Chapter 9. Of the girders of stone, of the ligament and fortification of the cornices, and how to unite several stones for the strengthening of the wall. Among the girders we reckon those courses of large stone which tie the outward shell to the inward, and which bind the ribs one into the other, such as are those which we said in the last chapter ought to be made every 5 foot. But there are other girders besides, and those principal ones which run the whole length of the wall to embrace the corners and strengthen the whole work. But these latter are not so frequent, and I do not remember ever to have seen above 2, or at most 3 in one wall. Their place is the summit of the wall, to be as it were a crown to the whole, and to perform the same service at the top which the other more frequent girders at the distance of every 5 foot do in the middle, where fewer and thinner stones are employed. In both, according to their different offices, the best, the longest, and the thickest stones are necessary. The smaller girders are made to answer to the rule and plumb line with the rest of the shell of the wall, but the great ones, like a crown, project somewhat forwards. These long, thick stones must be laid exactly plumb, and be well linked with the under courses, so as to make a kind of pavement at top to shadow and protect the substructure. The way of placing these stones one upon the other is to let the middle of the stone above answer exactly to the juncture of the two in the course below, so that its weight is equally poised upon them both, as A. Which way of working, as it ought not indeed to be neglected in any part of the wall, ought to be particularly followed in the girders. I have observed that the ancients in their checkered works used to make their girders of 5 courses of bricks, or at least of 3, and that all of them, or at least one course, was of stone, not thicker than the rest, but longer and broader, as B. But in their ordinary sort of brickwork, I find they were content for girders to make at every 5 foot a course of bricks 2 foot thick, as C. I know some, too, have interspersed plates or cramps of lead of a considerable length, and as broad as the wall was thick, in order to bind the work. But when they built with very large stone, I find they were contented with fewer girders, or even only with the cornices. In making the cornices, which are to girt in the wall with the strongest ligature, we ought to neglect none of the rules which we have laid down about the girders. Namely, we should tie in them none but the longest, thickest, and strongest stones, which we should put together in the most exact and regular order, each laid nicely even and level by the square and plumb line. And we ought to be more diligent and careful in this part of the work, because it is to gird in the whole wall, which is more apt to ruinate in this part than in any other. The covering, too, has its office with relation to the wall, whence it is laid down as a rule that to a wall of crude bricks we are to make a cornice of baked ones, to the intent that if any water should chance to fall from the end of the covering or from the gutters, it may do no mischief, but that the wall may be defended by the projecting of the cornice, for which reason we ought to take care that every part of the wall have a cornice over it for a covering to it, which ought to be firmly wrought and well stuccoed over to repel all the injuries of the weather. We are here again to consider in what manner we are to unite and consolidate a number of separate stones into one body of wall. And the principal thing that offers itself to our thoughts as necessary is good lime, though I do not take it to be the proper cement for every sort of stone. Marble, for instance, if touched with lime, will not only lose its whiteness, but contract foul, bloody spots. But marble is so delicate and so choice of its whiteness that it will hardly bear the touch of anything but itself. It disdains smoke, smeared with oil, it grows pale, washed with red wine, it turns of a dirty brown. With water, kept some time in chestnut wood, it changes quite through to black, and is so totally stained that no scraping will fetch out the spots. For this reason the ancients used marble in their works naked, and if possible without the least mortar, but of these hereafter.
Chapter 10. Of the true manner of working the wall, and of the agreement there is between stone and sand. Now, as it is the business of an expert workman, not so much to make choice of the fittest materials, as to put those which he is supplied with to the best and properest uses, we will proceed on our subject in this manner. Lime is well burnt when after it has been watered, and the heat gone out of it, it rises up like the froth of milk, and swells all the clods. Its not having been long enough soaked, you may know by the little stones you will find in it when you mix the sand with it. If you put too much sand to it, it will be too sharp to cement well. If you put less than its nature and strength requires, it will be as fit as glue, and is not to be managed. Such as is not thoroughly soaked, or that is wasted upon any other account, may be used with less danger in the foundation than in the wall, and in the stuffing than in shells. But the corners, the ribs, and the bandstones must be entirely free from mortar that has the least defect, and arches especially require the very best of all. The corners and ribs and the bandstones and cornices require the finest, smallest, and clearest sand, particularly when they are built of polished stone. The stuffing may be done with coarser stone. Stone in its nature dry and thirsty agrees not ill with river sand. Stone in its nature moist and watery delights in pit sand. I would not have sea sand used towards the south. It may perhaps do better against the northern winds. For small stones, a thick, lean mortar is best. To a dry, exhausted stone, we should use a fat sort, though the ancients were of opinion that in all parts of the walls the fattish sort is more tenacious than the lean. Great stones they always lay upon a very soft, fluid mortar, so that it rather seems designed to lubricate and make the bed they are laid upon slippery, to the intent that while they are fixing in their places, they may be easy to move with the hand, then to cement and fasten them together. But it is certainly proper to lay a soft stuff underneath in this manner, like a pillow, to prevent the stones, which have a great weight lying upon them, from breaking. There are some who, observing here and there in the works of the ancients large stones which they join, seem dawed over with red earth, imagine that the ancients used that instead of mortar. I do not think this probable, because we never find both sides, but only one of them, smeared with this sort of stuff. There are some other rules concerning the working of our walls not to be neglected. We ought never to fall upon our work with a violent haste, heaping one stone upon another in a kind of tumultuous hurry without the least respite. Neither ought we, after we have begun to build, to delay it with a sluggish heaviness, as if we had no stomach to what we are about. But we ought to follow our work with such a reasonable dispatch that speed and consideration may appear to go hand in hand together. Experienced workmen forewarn us against raising the structure too high before what we have already done is thoroughly settled, because the work, while it is fresh and soft, is too weak and pliable to bear a superstructure. We may take example from the swallows, taught by nature, which when they build their nests, first daub or glue over the beams, which are to be the foundation and basis of their edifice, and then are not too hasty to daub the second daubing over this, but intermit the work till the first is sufficiently dry, after which they continue their building reasonably and properly. They say the mortar has taken sufficient hold when it puts forth a kind of moss or little flower well known to masons. At what distances it is proper to interpose we may gather from the thickness of the wall itself, and from the temperature of the place and of the climate. When you think it time for a respite, cover the top of the wall over with straw, that the wind and sun may not exhaust the strength of the cement, and make it rather useless than dry and binding. When you resume your work, pour a considerable quantity of clean water upon it, till it is thoroughly soaked and washed from all manner of dirt, that no seeds may be left to engender weeds. There is nothing that makes the work stronger and more durable than moistening the stone sufficiently with water, and they say the stone is never soaked as it should be, if upon breaking the inside all through is not moist and turned black. Add to what has been said, that in erecting our wall we ought, in such places where it is possible, new openings may afterwards be wanting either for conveniency or pleasure, to turn arches in the wall, that if you afterwards take out any of the work from beneath those arches, for the aforesaid purposes, the wall may have a good arch, built at the same time with itself, to rest upon. It is hardly to be conceived how much the strength of a building is impaired only by taking out one single stone, be it ever so little. And there is no such thing as setting a new structure upon an old one, but that they will open and part one from the other, and how much such a crack must dispose the wall to ruin need not be mentioned. A very thick wall has no need of scaffolding, because it is broad enough for the mason to stand upon the wall itself. Chapter 11. Of the way of working different materials, of plastering, of cramps, and how to preserve them. The most ancient instructions of architects, and some methods to prevent the mischiefs of lightning. We have treated of the best manner of building, what stone we are to choose, and how we are to prepare our mortar. But as we shall sometimes be obliged to make use of other sorts of stone, whereof some are not cemented with mortar, but only with slime, and others which are joined without any cement at all, and there are also buildings consisting only of stuffing or rough work, and others again only of the shells. Of all these we shall say something as briefly as possible. Stones that are to be cemented with slime ought to be squared and very arid, and nothing is more proper for this than bricks, either burnt or rather crude, but very well dried. A building made of crude bricks is extremely healthy to the inhabitants, very secure against fire, and but little affected by earthquakes. But then, if it is not of a good thickness, it will not support the roof, for which reason Cato directs the raising of pilasters of stone to perform that office. Some tell us that the slime which is used for cement ought to be like pitch, and that the best is that which, being steeped in water, is flowest in dissolving, and will not easily rub off from one's hand, and which condenses most in drying. Others commend the sandy as best, because it is most tractable. This sort of work ought to be clothed with a crust of mortar on the outside and within, if you think fit, with plaster of Paris or white earth. And for the better sticking these on, you must, in building your wall, Set little pieces of tile here and there in the cracks of the joining, jutting out like teeth for the plaster to cleave to. When the structure is to be composed of naked stones, they ought to be squared and much bigger than the other, and very found and strong, and in this sort of work we allow of no stuffing. The courses must be regular and even, the junctures contrived with frequent ligatures of cramps and pins. Cramps are what fasten together with two stones sideways that lie even with one another and unite them into a row. Pins are fixed into an upper stone and an under one to prevent the row from being by any violence driven out from the rest. Cramps and pins of iron are not reckoned amiss. But I have observed in the works of the ancients that iron rusts and will not last, but brass will almost endure forever. I find that marble is stained by the rust of the iron and breaks all round it. We likewise meet with cramps made of wood in very ancient structures, and indeed I do not think them inferior to those of iron. The cramps of brass and iron are fastened in with lead, but those of wood are sufficiently secured by their shape, which is made in such manner that for resemblance they are called swallow or dove-tailed. The cramps must be so placed that no drops of rain may penetrate to them, and it is thought that the brass ones are yet more strengthened against old age, if in casting they are mixed with 1/30th part of tin. They will be less liable to rust if they are anointed with pitch or oil. It is affirmed that iron may be so tempered by white lead, plaster, and liquid pitch as not to rust. Wooden cramps done over with maiden wax and lees of oil will never rot. I have known them pour so much lead upon cramps, and that to boiling hot, that it has burst the stones. In ancient structures, we often meet with very strong walls made of nothing but rubbish and broken stuff. These are built like the mud walls common in Spain and Africa, by fastening on each side planks or hurdles infilled with shells to keep the stuff together till it is dry and settled. But herein they differ, that the ancients filled up their work with mortar liquid and in a manner floating, whereas the other only took a clammy sort of earth, which they trod and rammed with their feet and with beetles, after having first made it tractable by thorough wetting and kneading. The ancients also, in those rough works of theirs, at the distance of every 3 foot, made a kind of band of pieces of large stone, especially of the ordinary sort, or at least angular, because round stones, though they are very hardy against all sorts of injuries, yet if they are not surrounded with strong supports, are very unfaithful in any wall. In the other works, that is to say, in the African buildings of earth, they mixed with their clay the Spanish broom, or sea bulrush, which made a stuff admirably good for working, and which remained unhurt either by wind or weather. In Pliny's time, there was to be seen upon the ridges of mountains several little towers for viewing the country built of earth, which had endured quite from the days of Hannibal. We make this sort of crust now and then, as it were for an earthen shell, with hurdles and mats made of reeds not fresh gathered, a work indeed not very magnificent, but generally used by the old plebeian Romans. They rough cast the hurdles over with clay, beat up for 3 days running with the reeds, and then, as we said before, clothe it with mortar or plaster of Paris, which they afterwards adorn with painting and statues. If you mix your plaster up with 1/3 part of broken tile or brick pounded, it will be the less injured by wet. If you mix it with lime, it will be the stronger. But in damp places, or such as are exposed to cold and frost, plaster of Paris is very unserviceable. I will now, by way of epilogue, give you a law of very great antiquity among architects, which in my opinion ought no less to be observed than the answers of oracles. And it is this: make your foundation as strong as possible. Let the superstructure lie exactly plumb to its center. Fortify the corners and ribs of the wall from the bottom to the top with the largest and the strongest stones. Soak your lime well. Do not use your stone till it is thoroughly watered. Set the hardest sort to that side which is most exposed to injuries. Raise your wall exactly by the square, level, and plumb line.
let the middle of the upper stone lie directly upon the meeting of the two below it. Lay the entire stones in the courses, and fill up the middle with the broken pieces. Bind the inward and outward shells to one another by frequent cross or band stones. Let this suffice with relation to the wall. We come now to the covering. But I will not pass over one thing which I find the ancients observed very religiously. There are some things in nature which are endued with properties by no means to be neglected, particularly that the laurel tree, the eagle, and the sea calf are never to be touched by lightning. There are some, therefore, who suppose that if these are enclosed in the wall, the lightning will never hurt it. This I take to be just as probable as another wonderful thing which we are told, that the land toad or ruddock, if shut up in an earthen pot and burned in a field, will drive away the birds from devouring the seeds, and that the tree Osiris or Osira, brought into a house, will obstruct a woman's delivery, and that the leaves of the lesbian or lemony kept under the roof will give a flux of the belly and an evacuation that will certainly prove mortal. Let us now return to our subject, for the better understanding of which it will be proper to look back to what we have formerly said of the lines of building. Chapter 12. Of coverings of straight lines, of the beams and rafters, and of the uniting the ribs. Of coverings, some are to the open air, and some are within. Some consist of straight lines, others of curve, and some of both. We may add, not improperly, that some are of wood and some of stone. We will first, according to our custom, mention one observation which relates in general to all sorts of coverings, which is this: that all manner of roofs or coverings have their ribs, nerves, finishings, and shells, or crusts, just the same as the wall, which will appear from the consideration of the thing itself. To begin with those of wood, and consisting of straight lines, it is necessary for supporting the cover to lay very strong beams across from one wall to the other, which, as we took notice before, are columns laid transverse. These beams, therefore, are a sort of ribs, and if it were not for the expenses, who would not like to have the whole building consist, if we may use the expression, of nothing but ribs and solid work, that is to say, of continued columns and beams close compacted? But we here consult economy, and suppose every thing to be superfluous, that without prejudice to the strength of the work may be possibly retrenched, and for this reason we leave spaces between the beams. Between these we lay the cross beams, rafters, and the like, which may not at all improperly be reckoned the ligatures. To these we fit and join boards and planks of greater breadth, which there is no reason why we should not call the finishing. And in the same way of thinking, the pavement and tiling is the outward shell, and the ceiling or roof, which is over our head, the inward. If this be granted, let us consider whether there is anything necessary to be observed with relation to any of these parts, that having duly examined it, we may the more easily understand what belongs to coverings of stone. We will speak of them, therefore, as briefly as possible. First, taking notice of one thing not foreign to our purpose. There is a very vicious practice among our modern architects, which is that in order to make their ceilings, they leave great holes in the very ribs of the building to let the heads of the beams into after the wall is finished, which not only weakens the structure, but also makes it more exposed to fire, because by these holes the flames find a passage from one apartment to another, for which reason I like the method used among the ancients of setting in the wall strong tables of stone called corbels, upon which they laid the heads of their beams. If you would bind the wall and the beams together, you have brass cramps and braces and catches or notches in the corbel itself, which will serve for that purpose. The beams ought to be perfectly found and clear, and especially about the middle of its length, it ought to be free from the least defect, placing your ear at one end of it while the other is struck. If the sound come to you dead and flat, it is a sign of some private infirmity. Beams that have knots in them are absolutely to be rejected, especially if there are many, or if they are crowded together in a cluster. The side of the timber that lies nearest the heart must be planned and laid uppermost in the building, but the part that is to lie undermost must be planned very superficially, only take bark away, and of that hardly any or as little as possible. Whichsoever side has a defect that runs crossways of the beam, lay uppermost. If there is a crack longways, never venture it of the side, but lay it either uppermost or rather undermost. If you happen to have occasion to bore a hole in it, or any opening, never meddle with the middle of its length, nor its lower superficies. If, as in churches, the beams are to be laid in couples, leave a space of some inches between them, that they may have room to exhale, and not be spoiled by heating one another. It will not be amiss to lay the two beams of the same couple different ways, that both their heads may not lie upon the same pillow. But where one has its head, the other may have its foot, for by this means the strength of the one's foot will assist the weakness of the other's head, and so vice versa. The beams ought also to be related to one another. That is, they should be of the same kind of timber, and raised in the same wood, and if possible, at the same winds, and felled the same day, that being endued with the same natural strength, they may bear their shares equally in the service. Let the beds for the beams be exactly level and perfectly firm and strong, and in laying them take care that the timber does not touch any lime, and let it have clear and open vents all about it, that it may not be tainted by the contact of any other materials, nor decay by being too close shut up. For a bed for the beams spread under them either fern, a very dry kind of herb, or ashes, or rather lees of oil with the bruised olives. But if your timber is so short that you cannot make a beam of one piece, you must join two or more together, in such a manner as to give them the strength of an arch, that is to say, so that the upper line of the compacted beam cannot possibly by any pressure become shorter, and on the contrary, that the lower line cannot grow longer, and there must be a sort of cord to bind the two beams together, which shove one another with their heads with a strong ligature. The rafters and all the rest of the woodwork depend upon the goodness and soundness of the beams, being nothing else but beams split. Boards or planks are thought to be inconvenient if too thick, because whenever they begin to warp, they throw out the nails, and thin boards, especially in coverings exposed to the air, they say must be fastened with nails in pairs, so as to secure the corners, the sides, and the middle. They add to this that such nails as are to bear any transverse weight must be made thick, but as for others, it matters not if they are thinner, but then they must be longer and have broader heads. Brass nails are most durable in the air or in wet, but I have found the iron ones to be stronger under cover. For fastening of the rafters together, wooden pins are much used. Whatever we have here said of coverings of wood must be observed also with relation to those of stone. For such stones as have veins or faults running crossways must be rejected for the making of beams and used in columns. If there are any small inconsiderable faults, the side of the stone in which it appears when it is used must be laid downwards. Veins running long ways in beams of any sort are more excusable than transverse ones. Tables or scantlings of stone also, as well for other reasons as upon account of their weight, must not be made too thick. Lastly, the beams, rafters, and planks that are used in coverings, whether of wood or stone, must be neither too thin nor so few as not to be sufficient for upholding themselves and their burthens, nor so thick or so crowded as to take from the beauty and symmetry of the work. But those are things we shall speak of elsewhere, and thus much for coverings of straight lines, unless it may be proper to mention one thing which is in my opinion too neglected in no sort of structure. The philosophers have observed that nature, in forming the bodies of animals, always takes care to finish her work in such a manner that the bones should all communicate and never be separate one from the other. So we also should connect the ribs together and fasten them together well with nerves and ligatures. so that the communication among the ribs should be continued, that if all the rest of the structure failed, the frame of the work should yet stand firm and strong with all its parts and members. Chapter 13. Of coverings or roofs of curve lines, of arches, their difference and construction, and how to set the stones in an arch. We come now to speak of roofs made of curve lines, and we are first to consider those particulars wherein they exactly agree with coverings of straight lines. A curvilinear roof is composed of arches, and we have already said that an arch is nothing but a beam bent. We might also here mention the ligatures and those things which must be used for filling up the vacuities, but I would be understood more clearly by explaining what I take to be the nature of an arch and of what parts it consists. I suppose, then, that men learnt at first to turn arches from this. They saw that two beams set with their heads one against the other, and their feet set wide, would, if fastened at top, stand very firm by means of the equality of their weight. They were pleased with this invention, and began to make their roofs in the same manner, to throw off the rain both ways. Afterwards, perhaps, not being able to cover a wider space for want of beams long enough, they put between the heads of these two beams another crossways at top, so that they made a figure much like that of the Greek letter P, and this middle beam they might call a wedge. And as this succeeded very well, they multiplied the wedges, and thus made a kind of arch, whose figure mightily delighted them. Then, transferring the same method to their works of stone, continuing to multiply the wedges, they made an entire arch, which must be allowed to be nothing else but a conjunction of a number of wedges, whereof some standing with their heads below the arch are called the foot of the arch, those in the middle above the key of the arch, and those on the sides the turn or ribs of the arch. It will not be improper here to repeat what we said in the first book upon this subject. There are different sorts of arches. The entire is the full half of a circle, or that whose chord runs through the center of the circle. There is another which approaches more to the nature of a beam than of an arch, which we call the imperfect, or diminished arch, because it is not a complete semicircle, but a determinate part less, having its chord above the center and at some distance from it. There is also the composite arch, called by some the angular, and by others an arch composed of two arches, less than semicircles, and its chord has the two centers of two curve lines, which mutually intersect each other. That the entire arch is the strongest of all appears not only from experience, but reason, for I do not see how it can possibly disunite of itself, unless one wedge shoves out another, which they are so far from doing, that they assist and support one another. And indeed, if they were to go about any such violence, they would be prevented by the very nature of ponderosity, by which they are preserved downwards, either by some superstructure, or by that which is in the wedges themselves. Varro says that in arches the work on the right hand is kept up no less by that on the left than that work on the left is by that on the right. And if we look only into the thing itself, how is it possible for the middle wedge at top, which is the keystone to the whole, to thrust out either of the two next side wedges, or how can that be driven out of its place by them? The next wedges also in the turn of the arch, being justly counterpoised, will surely stand to their duty. And lastly, how can the two wedges under the 2 feet of the arch ever be moved, while the upper ones stand firm? Therefore we have no need of a cord or bar in an entire arch, because it supports itself by its own strength. But in diminished arches there is occasion either for an iron chain or bar, or for an extension of wall on both sides, that may have the effect of a bar to supply the want of strength that there is in the diminished arch, and make it equal to the entire. The ancient architects always used these precautions, and wherever it was possible, constantly secured their diminished arches by setting them in a good body of wall. They also endeavored, if they had an opportunity,
to turn their imperfect arches upon a straight beam. And over these imperfect ones they used to turn entire arches, which protected the diminished ones which were within them, and took upon themselves the burthen of the superstructure. As for composite arches, we do not find any of them in the buildings of the ancients. Some think them not amiss for the apertures in towers, because they suppose they will cleave the great weight that is laid upon them, as the prow of a ship does the water, and that they are rather strengthened than oppressed by it. The stones used in building an arch should be every way the biggest that can be got, because the parts of any body that are united and compacted by nature are more inseparable than those which are joined and cemented by art. The stones also ought to be equal on both sides, as if they were balanced with respect to their fronts, sizes, weight, and the like. If you are to make a portico and to draw several arches over your apertures from the capitals of columns, never let the seat from which two or more arches are to rise be made of two pieces, or of as many as there are to be arches, but only of one single stone, and that as strong as may be, to hold together the feet of all the arches. The stone to be set in the arch, which rise next to the key, if these are large pieces, must be with their backs against each other, joining perpendicularly. The third stone, which is laid upon these second ones, must be set by the plumb lines, as we directed in raising the wall, with even joinings, so that they may serve both the arches and be a binding to both their wedges. Let the lines of the joinings of all the stones in the arch point exactly to the center of that arch. The most skillful workmen always make the keystone of one single piece, very large and strong, and if the breadth of the top is so great that no one stone will suffice, it will then be no longer only an arch, but a vaulted roof. Chapter 14 of the several sorts of vaults, and wherein they differ, of what lines they are composed, and the method of letting them settle. There are several sorts of vaults, so that it is our business here to inquire wherein they differ, and of what lines they are composed, in doing of which I shall be obliged to invent new names, to make myself clear and perspicuous, which is what I have principally studied in these books. I know Ennius the poet calls the arch of the heavens the mighty vaults, and Servius calls all vaults made like the keel of a ship caverns, but I claim this liberty, that whatever in this work is expressed aptly, clearly, and properly shall be allowed to be expressed rightly. The different sorts of vaults are these: the plain vault, the cameratid or mixed vault, and the hemispherical vault or cupola, besides those others which partake of the kind of some of these. The cupola in its nature is never placed but upon walls that rise from a circular platform. The cameratid are proper for a square one. The plain vaults are made over any quadrangular platform, whether long or short, as we see in all subterraneous porticos. Those vaults, too, which are like a hill bored through, we also call plain vaults. The plain vault, therefore, is like a number of arches joined together sideways, or like a bent beam extended out in breadth, so as to make a kind of a wall turned with a sweep over our heads for a covering. But if such a vault as this, running from north to south, happens to be crossed by another which runs from east to west, and intersects it with equal lines, meeting at the angles like crooked horns, this will make a vault of the cameratid sort. But if a great number of equal arches meet at the top exactly in the center, they constitute a vault like the sky, which therefore we call the hemispherical or complete cupola. The vaults made of part of these are as follows. If nature, with an even and perpendicular section, were to divide the hemisphere of the heavens in two parts, from east to west, it would make two vaults, which would be proper coverings for any semicircular building. But if from the angle at the east to that at the south, and from the south to the west, thence to the north, and back again to the east, if nature were to break and interrupt this hemisphere by so many arches turned from angle to angle, she would then leave a vault in the middle,
which for its resemblance to a swelling sail we will venture to call a velar cupola. But that vault which consists of a number of plain vaults meeting in a point at top we shall call an angular cupola. In the construction of vaults we must observe the same rules as in that of the walls, carrying on the ribs of the wall clear up to the summit of the vault, and according to the method prescribed for the former, observing the same proportions and distances, from rib to rib we must draw ligatures crossways, and the interfaces we must fill up with stuffing. But the difference between the working of a vault and a wall lies in this, that in the wall the courses of stone are laid even and perpendicular by the square and plumb line, whereas in the vault the courses are laid by a curve line, and the joints all point to the center of their arch. The ancients hardly ever made their ribs of any but burnt bricks, and those generally about 2 foot long and wide, to fill up the interfaces of our vaults with the lightest stone, that they might not press the wall with too great a weight. But I have observed that some have not always thought themselves obliged to make continual solid ribs, but in their stead have at certain distances set bricks lying sideways, with their heads joining each other like the teeth of a comb, as a man locks his right-hand fingers into his left, and the interfaces they filled up with any common stone, and especially with pumice stone, which is universally agreed to be the properest of all for the flushing work of vaults. In building either arches or vaults, we must make use of centers. These are a kind of frames, made with the sweep of an arch of any rough boards, just tight together for a short service, and covered either with hurdles, rushes, or any other common stuff, in order to support the work till it is settled and hardened. Yet there is one sort of vault which stands in no need of these machines, and that is the perfect cupola, because it is composed not only of arches, but also in a manner of cornices. And who can conceive the innumerable ligatures that there are in these, which all wedge together and intersect one another both with equal and unequal angles, so that in whatsoever part of the whole cupola you lay a stone or a brick, you may be said at the same time to have laid a keystone to an infinite number, both of arches and cornices. And when these cornices or arches are thus built one upon the other, if the work were inclined to ruinate, where should it begin, when the joints of every stone are directed to one center with equal force and pressure? Some of the ancients trusted so much to the firmness of this sort of structure that they only made plain cornices of brick at stated distances and filled up the interfaces with rubble. But I think those acted much more prudently who, in raising this sort of cupola, used the same methods as in walling, to cramp and fasten the under cornices to the next above, and the arches too in several places, especially if they had not plenty of pit sand to make very good cement, or if the building was exposed to south winds or blasts from the sea. You may likewise turn the angular cupolas without a center, if you make a perfect one in the middle of the thickness of the work. But here you will have particular occasion for ligatures to fasten the weaker parts of the outer one to the stronger parts of that within. Neither will it be necessary, when you have laid 1 or 2 rows of the outside stone, to make light stays or catchers jutting out, on which, when those rows settle, you may fasten new ones as they continue to support each other. If this is above the height of a few feet, till they are sufficiently hardened, and then you may remove the frames or supports higher and higher to the other courses till you have finished the whole work. The other vaults, both plain and mixed or camerated, must needs be turned upon centers. But I would have the first courses, and the heads of their arches be placed upon very strong seats, nor can I approve the method of those who carry the wall clear up first, only leaving some mouldings or corbels, upon which after a time they turn their arches, which must be a very infirm and perishable sort of work. The true way is to turn the arch immediately, and equally with the courses of the wall which is to support it, that the work may have the strongest ligatures that is possible, and grow in a manner all of one piece. The vacuities which are left between the back of the sweep of the arch and the upright of the wall, it is turned from, called by workmen, the hips of the arch, should be filled up, not with dirt or old rubbish, but rather with strong, ordinary work, frequently knit and jointed into the wall. I am pleased with those who, to avoid overburdening the arch, have stuffed up these vacuities with earthen pots, turned with their mouths downwards, that they might not contain any wet, if it should gather there, and over these thrown in fragments of stone, not heavy, but perfectly sound. Lastly, in all manner of vaults, let them be of what kind they will, we ought to imitate nature, who, when she has knit the bones, fastens the flesh with nerves, interweaving it everywhere, with ligatures running in breadth, length, height, and circularly. This artful contexture is what we ought to imitate in the joining of stones in vaults. These things being completed, the next and last business is to cover them over, a work of the greatest consequence in building, and no less difficult than necessary, in effecting and completing of which the utmost care and study has been over and over employed. Of this we are to treat, but first it will be proper to mention something necessary to be observed in working of vaults, for different methods are to be taken in the execution of different sorts. Those which are turned upon centres must be finished at once without intermission, but those which are wrought without centres must be discontinued and left to settle, course by course, and every work being added to the first before it is dry, should which are turned upon centres, when they are closed with their keystones, it will be proper immediately to ease the props a little that the centres rest upon, not only to prevent the stones fresh laid from floating in the beds of mortar they are set in, but that the whole vault may sink and close by its own weight equally into its right seat. Otherwise, in drying, the work would not compact itself as it ought, but would be apt to leave cracks when it came afterwards to settle. And therefore you must not quite take away the centre immediately, but let it down easily, day after day, by little and little, for fear, if you should take it away too soon, the building should never duly cement. But after a certain number of days, according to the greatness of the work, ease it a little, and so go on gradually, till the wedges all compact themselves in their places and are perfectly settled. The best way of letting down the frame is this. When you place your centre upon the pilasters, or whatever else it is to rest upon, put under each of its feet 2 wedges of wood, and when afterwards you want to let it down, you may with a hammer safely drive out these wedges by little and little, as you shall judge proper. Lastly, it is my opinion that the centres ought not to be taken away till after winter, as well for other reasons, as because the washing of the rains may weaken and demolish the whole structure, though else we cannot do greater service to a vault than to give it water enough, and to let it be thoroughly soaked, that it may never feel thirst.
But of this subject we have said enough.